Ooh, that wasn't worth it for the bit. Hi everyone, welcome to the 420 stream. How's it going? Once a year, we take a day, and we're proud to be degenerates. So that's what we're doing. Today, we're just gonna watch some weird videos, and partake of the wacky tobacco. So that's about it. I already have a bunch of videos, but I am taking requests. So if you have any, feel free to post them in the Twitch chat or on the Discord in the live stream chat. And I'll try and get to them. So, well, echoey? I don't know what would be causing that. I don't know. Anyone else hearing the echo? That's weird. That never happens to me. Italian Shakespeare with a link? Other people aren't hearing an echo? Okay. Oh, is this Shelley Duvall's, story time?
Once upon a time, there was a vain queen who was so jealous of her beautiful stepdaughter, Snow White.
No, this is not. This is a completely different thing.
Poisoned her with an apple, but a handsome prince came along and broke the spell. Snow White and Prince Charming threw the wicked stepmother down a bottomless pit and lived happily ever
after. Hannah High? Not yet.
But it turns out the pit wasn't bottomless, just very deep. And now the queen was very mad. But a spell so powerful even she couldn't control it. She put the Charmings to sleep for 1,000 years. She also got herself and one dwarf. Eventually, they woke up.
Oh no! It's enchanted, basically! Mirror. Any Peter material? Nah, Peter's not been doing stuff lately. He's had some stuff going on. Wait, this lasted long enough that they had 2 different intros? Jesus Christ, why? Is that even the same guy from season 1? Did they recast everyone? Are these the same people? Okay, it's definitely the same mirror guy. Sheesh. Okay. Let's see, what are we gonna cover first? I did pull up another episode of the Pits show that was pretty good the other day. Any CC? I actually didn't check. I can check. CC. Nope. Nothing since at least a week ago. Poor CC.
The following is a paid advertisement by Apple Computer Inc.
Is Apple gonna get mad at me for playing a 30-year-old instructional video?
As far as I can tell, families have 2 kinds of people. The ones who want everything to stay the same, and the ones who want to spice things up a bit. I guess you can count me in the second group. Zoe, too. She's my sister. Frank? He's always up for something crazy. And Mom, she's a classic. Gramps loves opera, so you can count him in for some fun. And Schubert, he's just cool.
You can tell the kid's silly because he uses lots of graphics. Hydrate. I can do that.
I guess in our family it was only Pop who was really set in his ways. Of course, we all thought that would change once we got our new computer. I'm TJ, And
Nearest Crowhill, thanks for 33 months, says, Aloha, Hannah. How's it going? Can't spice things up due to my job, but have fun for me. I'll do my best. Altered Undying with 420 bits, which is appropriate. Says Cece's wife finally caught him. Who knows when we'll see him again?
this is the story about when my family, the Martinettis, brought home a computer.
I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled to hear about this life-changing event for you.
Getting a computer
BM Trey says, hey Hannah, hey chat, we'll be dipping in and out, helping my sister with some stuff, but hope you all have a great time. Thank you.
in our family was a real adventure. We're all so different. I never thought we could agree on one. Mom, you see, she runs
And
a
you
home
picked
business.
a Mac?
Hey, Mom. That is when she's not running the home. Frank, he's the brains around here, studying to be an engineer or something like that. Zoe and Gramps, they're the Martinetti Philharmonica and Jug Band.
Allegro,
Yeah, I can
honey.
link this.
More Allegro.
Well, that's what Pop calls him anyway. As for Pop, he's got his own ideas about things,
Where's the sports?
but he's a great guy.
Never.
Hey, Pop, check this.
We probably don't need Boxy for this.
That's pretty clever, TJ.
Yeah, Pop's understanding, supportive,
But no points.
and sometimes as stubborn as a mule.
No points. What do you mean, no points? It's a work of art here.
A work of art. Yeah, that's what everybody thought,
Oh, I like it.
No points.
except Pop. Now I gotta tell you about points. And I gotta tell you how we weren't gonna keep the computer until we earned enough points to convince Pop we should.
The world got along
Are we gonna deal with the fact that he should shut the fuck up? Not the kid. This misanthropic old man who probably has PTSD from World War II.
fine for thousands of years without computers.
Okay, they got along fine without toilet paper too, but I'm glad that we have it. Actually, I'm more of a bidet person, but both are good. Ideally, both.
The world got along terrible.
And that's because there was no Tetris.
You hear that? Exactly.
See what I mean? I better go back to the beginning though, because it's a wild story.
Classic
You really
Peter.
gotta know our family to understand. I guess it all started the night I came home late from school. Sorry I'm late, you guys. I was finishing up my report at the computer lab at school.
Oh, well, since when's our typewriter not good enough for reports?
Pop,
Oh my god, shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? Typing on a computer is so much easier. You gonna supply the whiteout for the typewriter?
you can do all kinds of stuff
It's insufferable.
on the computer you can't do here.
Like?
I use the electronic encyclopedia, the internet. I put pictures and words together. The thing is, Pop had a computer at work, and about all he ever did was put numbers into it. I don't blame him for not wanting one of those, but he didn't know there was a whole other world out there. Hard disk drive.
You already bought the computer. You already bought it. What, you're gonna return it after using it for like a week? That's psychotic behavior. What is this?
It's really cool.
I hear you can even get music on the computer.
Opera?
Sure, Gramps, and pictures too.
Well, you can do that on a computer? Oh, hey.
The kids could really use a computer, Lou. Maybe even you and me.
I don't know, Mary. What if we get one and we don't use it?
Well, we could just look.
I want one.
Me too.
No promises.
So that's how the great computer quest began. Of course, Pop said that before we did anything, we had to talk to an expert.
Well, who do we know that knows a lot about this kind of stuff?
Fletcher. The next day, we went to see Fletcher. Fletcher was what Pop would call a piece of work. He was Frank's friend, a real genius, and he sold computers. There he is.
Whoa, the whole Martinetti family.
As someone who used to work in the electronics section, it does not make you an expert. You just sell the shit. Most of your job is looking at the label right under the product and reading it back at older people who just are desperate for human interaction. Most people know how to purchase things.
Wow, Fletcher, we're thinking about buying a computer. Tell Pop it's a good idea.
Oh, it's a good idea. Now, I could sell you something expensive, Mr. M, but I won't.
Thanks, Fletcher. Now, what do you got?
Well, let's see. you'd be interested in a computer the whole family could use, right?
Right.
No, this is strictly for hardcore pornography, so something that's very difficult for the children to understand.
Yeah.
Something with multimedia.
Yeah.
Well, we have a lot of PC clones in stock.
PC clones?
Now this one's on sale. Of course, you want to add a few options.
Is this still the period where Macs were cheaper than PCs?
CD-ROM drive, you need that. Sound card, need that. Memory management and adapter. Of course, you want to memorize some commands. You need some instructional books for that.
Then it hit me. Fletcher was making a point.
Oh, and also, you have to configure this one to run multimedia. Mr. M, now all of this is yours for a mere...
Uh-oh. Pop was not impressed. But then...
Or you can buy a Mac for even cheaper than all of that combined.
On the other hand, you could buy a Macintosh Performer.
Yeah.
The music changed to be lighthearted. That's how I know this is the one I should buy.
Fletcher showed us the Performa. It was like the Macintosh
Fletcher must get paid by Apple. Oh yeah!
we had at school. Except it came with a whole bunch
Shilling
of extras.
big time.
It had CD-ROMs that Zoe and I could use for learning.
Fuck yeah, CD-ROMs.
There are programs Mom...
I fucking loved a good CD-ROM. You know what games I liked as a kid? The ones that were like CD-ROM games, but then they'd come with like a big peripheral overlay that would like go on your keyboard. I had one that was a Star Wars game, and it had a whole Millennium Falcon cockpit that you'd put on the keyboard, and you'd push like different things in the Millennium Falcon, and it would hit the keys. I also, as a little kid, had like a Tonka truck one, and it had little things that you could like hammer. And then, of course, it would be tapping the key under the hammer thing.
could use for home business. And a motor...
Does anyone else remember the Phantom Menace learning game? I had that one. You could do bongos on the stupid Jar Jar planet.
too,
I know it's Naboo.
to get information online. Plus, there were games. This was a lot easier than a PC with Windows. And
Why do you want to watch the Munchies movie from 92 and 94? I have those on Blu-rays.
Fletcher showed us why.
I'm high.
On the Windows
I don't know if you noticed. I just noticed.
PC, he had to know pathways and commands to manage files. But with the Performa, you just clicked on a file and there you were. On the Windows PC, running a CD-ROM was a real hassle. But with the Performa, you just put in the disk and bam! It made everything you want to do simple. We all thought for sure Pop was gonna buy the Performa.
And the price?
It was a done deal.
Well, think about it, all right?
Think about it? No way.
What's to think about? We saw that one work. We saw this one work. This is better.
Now here's where the fun began.
What expert?
Because Gramps and Pop, they always see things different.
Consider here.
You were always so stubborn.
What, me?
Pop went one
Tell
way,
you what, I'm not going to argue.
Gramps
with you,
the
okay?
other.
I'll buy it, all right?
Yes!
And I'll also pay for the printer.
Gramps.
But here's the deal. If the family proves that they really need it, then you got to pay me back.
Oh, Dad.
So that's how it started.
That dad's an asshole. The dad, not the grandpa. The grandpa's cool. The dad's an asshole, so he shouldn't make this deal, because there's no way in the real world he would ever admit that he was wrong.
A little friendly wager. What do you say?
Gramps was gonna buy it and bet Pop that we could change his mind about computers.
Although that's me projecting my father's behavior.
Okay.
Okay, you got
And
it.
that's when
My
Pop
dad
got
probably
a
doesn't
point.
behave the same
Okay,
as an
kids,
Apple
everybody,
character from
You
an
get 100
ad.
points in 1 month, and I'll pay for the computer.
Yeah, they used to be the cheaper ones, I guess.
I'll figure it out.
You.
All I knew was that we were finally bringing a computer home.
No, not you.
And the next month was gonna be very interesting.
You could be the referee and the judge.
To be continued? Fuck off!
If you're thinking about a home computer,
I see.
it's important to make the right choice. That means a computer that's ready for tomorrow.
This is a two-pronged technique. They get you with the kid, the sitcom antics, and then Mr. Suave 90s like suit comes in and seduces you into buying a Mac.
With exciting technologies like multimedia.
Classic.
The Macintosh Performa is way ahead of other computers because its multimedia really works.
God,
easily.
listen to that soundtrack. I wish I could just isolate the background music.
Want video? It's as simple as plugging in a VCR or a camcorder. With a Performa, you
Talk
can
to me about
capture and
VCRs,
edit
90s,
your own
man.
video productions yourself, right on your computer. And with an Apple Color printer, you can even put your video pictures into family newsletters or greeting cards. For CD-ROMs, nothing beats a Performa. You see, many computers with Windows have to be reconfigured or restarted over and over again to run many CD-ROMs. But with a Macintosh,
Thank you for the link, Italian Shakespeare. Let's see what it is. Hydrate. Can do. Oh, it's got like a pirate ship peripheral. I think I actually had this one, not personally, but at the first grade I went to had this, I think. The ship looks familiar. Yeah. That was the private Baptist school that I went to. Anyway, where'd Mr. Macintosh go? There he is.
a simple click is all it takes. This Performa also includes a fantastic new technology that fills your screen with...
Melehu says, this actually is patently false. PCs ran CD-ROMs with a single command back in this era.
Full-size,
Liars.
motion, TV-quality images. Images that set a whole new standard for
Hell
visual...
yeah, when I want to look at video of clownfishes, that wasn't a clownfish. Sorry, my brain made that connection because of Finding Nemo. The dad's a clownfish. What's that one? The character's name is... No. What kind of fish was that?
Quality. If you want true multimedia, get the computer that does it best and makes it easy. The PowerPC-driven Macintosh Performa. Apple has a full line of Performa computers, and to find the one that's right for you, just call this number now. Apple will send you a free information kit.
I wonder if Apple still owns this phone number, or if it's like something else.
Need to know to make the perfect choice.
Marlin and Nemo were clownfish. I know that, but it was the fish that was like the head of the fish tank at the dentist's office. He had the fucked up fin, similar to Nemo. What kind of fish was he? Because that was the kind of fish it was.
You'll discover the Performa 5215, a popular all-in-one computer that's great for families. For a modular design, consider
A sickle fish. Oh yeah, that was nowhere in my head. I wasn't even close.
the 6200 CD. As your needs grow, it will too. There are other Performa models to choose as well, and each comes with over $1,300 worth of software at no extra charge.
I mean, is it really $1,300 worth of software then if you're including it in all of your models?
This is a
Then it sounds like it's software that's usually included.
tremendous offer you can't afford to miss. But the time to act is right now.
Wait a minute, that fish was Willem Dafoe? That was Willem Dafish. Fuck.
Call this number now for your free product guide, a list of Apple retailers near you, and all you want to know about the Macintosh
Which movie is it, the one that he cuts his dick off? Is that Antichrist or Finding Nemo?
Performa line.
I always forget.
Discover the powerful, affordable Performa. It's the family Macintosh from
Spoilers for Antichrist, he cuts his dick off.
Apple with the future built right in.
Turn it off,
Watch the arrow. Let's cut here. Add sound, drop in the title, and copy it to the VCR.
His wife cuts it off. I haven't seen Antichrist. Overthought says, couldn't have been William, only saw half the fish. I don't get it.
Mom, it's for you.
And physical projections for Hong Kong.
Great work. Who did you hire to put this together?
I did it in-house.
Bringing a computer home was a pretty big deal in our family, and we couldn't wait to set it up. Pop Pop read all the instructions, but we kids knew it was simple. Keyboard.
Mouse.
Printer. Bingo.
It didn't take a rocket scientist, but Pop took no chances.
According to this, the procedure looks fairly
Hey, Pop.
simple.
You want the honors? Now came the moment of truth. Could Pop start it? Would it actually work? The suspense was too much until... Welcome to Macintosh.
Welcome to the Martinettis.
That old man is
Now,
dead
the
now.
Performa had a demo that made learning to use it easy.
And so is this
what do I
Macintosh
do now?
computer.
Click here, Mom.
And right from the start, everybody could.
Don't ask for who the bell buffers.
Best of all, the computer came
buffers
with
for
all
the-
kinds of programs ready to use.
The
There are
one-button
program-
mouse thing has always annoyed me about Macs. That would fuck me up in and of itself, much less the OS. I cannot deal with not having a right and left click.
Programs for writing and drawing. Programs for managing money, too. And the Performa was packed with multimedia. It had a full encyclopedia with pictures and sound, the Family Doctor, and it came with a 3D atlas that was so cool, you could believe you were anywhere on the planet.
No kid has ever said an 3D atlas was cool. That's a lie. Why is this Apple advertisement filled with lies? Are you allowed to do that?
No,
Are there more of Peter's weed books to read? Probably. I don't want to read today, though. That sounds like a lot of work.
Didn't take long to get the hang of things, and Mom proved it. She put together the first ever Martinetti family newsletter. She took pictures we had from video.
Do we need a newsletter for all the people that live in your house? And even if they weren't, if my family sent me a newsletter of what people were up to, there's like 2 people in my family, 3, 4, okay. I'm not as cynical as I used to be when I was younger. I can't even finish that joke.
Videos and made those part of it too. And when she printed it out, I could almost sense a new career in the making. Mom, media mogul.
Wow, she printed it on glossy, too. Bougie.
Of course, Pop was quick to bring us back to Earth.
All right, now, remember our deal.
I miss the hollow heads. Terradona says there's probably one of these out there running some crucial function that can't be ported over to another system. It's the nukes. It's the nukes.
Earn 100 points, and I pay for the computer. Otherwise,
How do we get points?
well, here's what I've worked out. You do your homework on the computer, you get a point. You raise your grade, you get 2 points.
No. Come on. That's worth at least 10.
All right.
I was gonna say, what kind of proportionality is he coming up with in this system? If he's trying to incentivize doing your homework on it, 1 point makes sense because it's a recurring function. Improving your grade is a big deal and would show results of the former, so that should be like 10 points. This is bullshit. This dad sucks. Terradona says there's probably one of the... I just read that.
To hand it to Pop.
5 points.
He never makes a decision lightly.
Use it for business?
If you told him this computer could take him to the moon, he'd want to go 3 times to make sure.
It's just an important purchase, Mayor. I want to make sure everybody uses it.
It's already here! It's bought! What is this?
What did I tell you? The funny thing was, the computer fit into our family just like it belonged. I mean, it really helped us all in different ways. Mom found she could do her whole greeting card business with it.
Hell yeah. What a badass greeting card. Like, I know it's the 90s, so like dinosaurs are fucking huge, so of course you're gonna make a dinosaur card, but I appreciate that out of all the things they could have showed her illustrating or putting in this card, they picked the happy birthday dinosaur. I like her.
Found she could do her whole greeting card business with it. She could design new cards and make changes, just like that.
I like that better.
And to send a copy to her publisher, she just faxed it right from the Performa.
Like an email? Well, no, okay. If you sent you can send digital things to fax machines, and that's what they're doing here. That tracks. Snark retracted.
Open wide and say,
God damn, there's a lot of focus on dinosaurs. I appreciate it.
Zoe had a whole other universe to explore. She loved learning with multimedia and
Oh my god, I had this! I literally had an Arthur game. I don't remember if it was this exact one, but I had one of these.
couldn't get enough. She could read stories that came to life.
That week, everyone in Arthur's class.
Yeah, this helped me learn to read. I actually used that program. Wow.
Studied harder.
Thanks, old computer software. That helped me learn to read, which is probably very helpful.
And ever.
And that taught her things about the world. Fletcher had said there were thousands of CD-ROMs out there.
Thousands? Holy mackerel!
I believed him. And Zoe would have had them all if she could. For me, I like that our computer's a Macintosh, because that's what our school has. And the
bougie.
Macs at school have tons of stuff I use. Only now, instead of staying late, I could bring my work home. I could use our computer to put it together. I could make reports with pictures and sound that were just fantastic.
Pay-to-win-ass school.
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this...
I think it was Gramps, though, who did the most amazing things. He figured out all kinds of stuff to do with the computer. And he discovered eWorld, the online service from Apple. Gramps had never seen an online service, but before you knew it, he was meeting people from all over.
Oh my god, Grandpa's a horn dog.
I think it did him a lot of good. More good than he ever dreamed.
He's fallen for so many phishing scams.
You know, Frank, there's other people out there just like me.
No.
Horny old people.
Really? People who like the same things I do.
BDSM.
So who's Rose?
Never you mind.
As the weeks went by, we kept earning points.
Okay, now, including homework, Mom's work, Grandpa's stuff, there's 72 points here. Not bad.
Of course, Zoe thought she deserved points for beating Pop at games.
No points for games.
And Gramps agreed.
Hey, why not? You learn things from games.
Exactly.
Frank and I thought so, but Pop didn't exactly see it our way.
Somebody's not learning enough.
TJ, we'll get points if you bring your math grade up.
I know, I'm working on it.
The proof's in the pudding.
Pop, you know I hate that saying.
The proof
I hate it.
is in the pudding. I like it.
Okay, everybody. Family picture. Perfect.
The thing was, we were having the time of our lives with the computer. And there was no turning back. We just had to convince Pop to keep it. We were desperate. And desperate people try anything. Even math programs.
You know, maybe that's why I'm so bad at math. I had different learning CD-ROMs as a kid, and a lot of them were either analytical mystery-based, or like something like Carmen Sandiego, or reading. I didn't have a math one. I didn't have a math one. That fucked me over. Jaden says, my grandpa said he was going to meet our new grandma, but instead he met someone named Chris Hansen. We never saw him again after that.
Da, 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 dee.
Have a seat. Why don't you just have a seat right over there? Have a seat. Have a seat. Have a seat. Why don't you have a seat? That seat over there? Have it. Have that seat. Why don't you have it? Why don't you have that seat? Have it.
Yeah.
What's this?
Never mind. I'll be off here in a minute so you can do your math.
I never would have thought a little machine could make so much difference for a family. And you know what? I still didn't know the half of it. Like, who's Rose?
One of the best gifts you can
give. Oh my god, he's back.
To any child is a love of learning. And there's no better way to do that than with a Macintosh computer a world of learning programs, many of which are not available for PCs with Windows. Today, there are more Apple computers in schools than any other kind. So chances are your kids already use a Mac. With a Performa in the house, you can give them the same great opportunities right at home. A Macintosh Performa gets kids excited about learning. It lets them go at their own pace and gives them instant feedback without ever losing patience. And each Performa comes with tons of software your kids will use, including challenging multimedia programs, a 3D atlas, an encyclopedia, and much more. A Performa can also help you get involved with your kids' education. You can explore learning programs together, and there's a huge selection of software to choose from for any subject. If you want to give your kids an edge for the future, give them a computer from the company that's #1 in the classroom. Apple has a full line of Performa computers, and to find
best dino effects ever. Also, it's loud, so be ready for that. What is this from? Lost World. Oh my god, they literally glued stuff to an alligator. Oh my god! Yeah, you never would have done this, would you, Toho, you fucking cowards? That's terrible. I love it, but it's absolutely fucking terrible. Do they actually make them fight? This is long enough in the past where they might have actually had these animals maul each other to death for our entertainment while wearing silly costumes. Because we're pretty fucked up as a species. Oh no! Yep. I'm not going to show more of that, because it's basically just a nature documentary. Alright. God, people suck!
the one that's right for you.
Ashrin, thanks for a 30 stream streak, says a Performer has a wide variety. A Performa has a wide variety of an education, such as this picture of a lion.
Call this number now. Apple will send you a free information kit that includes all you need to know to make the perfect choice. You'll discover the Performa 5215, a popular all-in-one computer that's great for families.
$2,300. What year was this? 1995. Can someone real quick inflation calculator for me what $2,500 would be in today's money? If I had to guess, I'm going to say $7,800.
For a modular design, consider the 6200 CD. As your needs grow, it will too.
No, that's probably too much. I'll say $4,800.
There are other Performa models to choose as well, and each comes with over $1,300 worth of software at no extra charge. This is a tremendous offer you can't afford to miss, but the time to act is right now. Call this number now for your free product guide, a list of Apple retailers near you, and all you want to know about the Macintosh Performa line. Discover the powerful, affordable Performa. It's the family Macintosh from Apple that's at the head of its class.
This is our house.
This is my room. This is our kitchen.
This is my
5,000... Oh, wait. 5,403? Okay. Yeah, that's a lot. Can you imagine spending $5,000 on a PC that can only do 1995 things?
homework. This is due tomorrow.
This is where I plug in my guitar.
This is where you plug in the printer. This is a lawnmower I'm fixing.
This is a proposal I'm fixing.
Ties,
Checks.
paints,
Taxes.
This is my encyclopedia.
our taxes,
Astronauts, dinosaurs.
socks.
This is algebra. It's very hard.
This is our Mac.
It's easy.
That was just an ad in the middle of this ad. What are they doing?
In the days that followed, we all worked on the new computer. Mom did business. Zoe learned all about animals and music. I practiced my equations. And Gramps, he made friends all over.
How have I been on for 40 minutes already? It feels like I've been on for like 10.
Frank went back
Probably the drugs.
to college. But he kept in touch with email from the Mac in his dorm. Using a computer just became second nature at our house.
So This is really helping?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you can do your business better now?
Absolutely. Come here, I'll show you what I've been working on. Do you like this one?
Very nice.
Good. I'm faxing a draft to the publisher.
The computer had programs that could help Mom do everything. She could keep track of work schedules.
She clearly needs this for her work. Like what is this dad's problem?
Addresses and projects, all right here.
These are your orders?
Uh-huh.
Not bad.
I find it so hard to believe that this character could exist. Like, he's a controlling psycho, but also he's a loving husband and father. I don't think those two things tend to, like, coincide. I think if you're, like, a controlling asshole, you're kind of a cold, controlling asshole. I don't think you tend to be like, I'm happy for you.
Zoe, now there's another story. What she did on the computer was awesome. She had a video that we shot at the zoo, and she took scenes from it to make her own picture book.
Love a good giraffe.
We went to the zoo, TJ and me. You wouldn't believe all the...
I need to get more water. I'll be back in just a sec. Don't go anywhere.
animals we'd see.
Care gets to celebrate
You like it,
too.
Pap?
I think it's gonna be a bestseller.
Oh, here comes Tamino. He's the hero. He's the guy that gets the magic flute.
Now, Gramps, he loves to talk opera. With the CD-ROMs he had, he could talk it with us, and we could learn.
Chased by a serpent.
What happens after that? Gramps took to the computer like an old hand.
Listen.
Wait,
Listen to the music.
what about Tamino? You know,
He has his own music.
I had a feeling there was something different about him now. Like he had a secret.
This is how CC is when a new table comes to the house, only to have it end up, taking it to do a flat earth BS and no one else can use it? Are you high?
He wasn't ready to share.
Every time you see the serpent, you'll hear that same music. So you can tell the serpent.
As for me, I worked on my favorite subject. Well, math wasn't so bad, if you could go at your own pace. And with the computer, I could.
I think you've got it.
It was about this time that Pop got it, too. I mean, liking the computer. I remember one night, I was awake late. There was Pop. I couldn't...
Obvious joke is obvious.
believe it. He was calling up eWorld to get quotes on stocks.
I'm sure that's what he's doing. This is actually ABC's origin story. This is how he got into Bed Bath & Beyond.
And he found news articles he wanted too. Then he went to work on his checking account, budgets, and investments. He could even use his DOS files from the office right on the Mac.
And between those, there was something called FutaWorld.biz? Does it...
I know you're there, TJ.
Have you ever used this thing before?
The last few nights. Good night, son.
Good night, Pop. And then came the day
There
of
we go.
reckoning.
I understood that one, Italian Shakespeare.
Email from Frank. He's coming home this weekend.
I got a new order today. A Happy Mother's Day card.
Yay! That's a point for us.
Yes.
You guys will never believe this. Guess what?
What?
I I got a B+.
TJ, a B+.
B+.
Oh, terrific, pal. You did great. You know what? We're just a couple of more points to go.
You didn't add mine, Dad.
Why, you got points?
What for?
Oh, I used the computer to balance the budget, analyze our finances. I made some big decisions on it. Put me down for 5.
5?
Yes.
Not even that many points. Arduous.
You know what? We did it.
We did it.
What's happening?
Right. We're keeping the computer.
No, I'm in the wrong house.
You were never gonna let the computer go, were you?
I just wanted to make sure everybody would use it. You know, I guess I better write that check, huh?
Oh, I'll get it.
Oh my god! Holy shit! The grandpa's gonna get laid! This is the best instructional advertisement I've ever seen! Everyone gets an arc!
Is karma?
Tie him up, Rose! You go, girl!
Grandpa?
You must be Rose.
And you must be Carmine. Am I late?
Oh, no, you're right on time, right on time. Hey, everybody. This is Rose.
Well,
Hey, Rose.
TJ.
Welcome.
Huh?
where'd you two meet?
Right over here on the Opera Lovers Forum.
The Opera Lovers Forum? So that's what Gramps had been doing all this time.
So this
Apple-sponsored grand porn. The best kind.
is your performa.
Yep, that's it.
How many megs of RAM, Carmine?
8.
I knew you were a power user.
He's a power bottom.
Yeah. You know what? I read all the magazines.
I do too.
Are you sure it's 8, dear? Because last time you said something was 8, it was closer to 5.
That's right. Everything.
I'd like to propose a toast. To our honored guest, Rose. You are always welcome in our home.
Salute.
Salute, Dad.
Salute. Rose.
So that's our story. 1 month in the life of the Martinettis. I wouldn't say that everything that happened was on account of our computer, but I wouldn't say it wasn't either. I mean, we didn't only get a computer, it got us. And sometimes I think it even knows what it got itself into. Well, after all, it is a Macintosh.
Grandpa was the computer the whole time. I've been Shyamaland. Oh, he's back for one more time!
One of the great things
I'm
about
ready to be heard again.
the Macintosh Performa is the way it helps you keep in touch with the world.
Did they give those kids wine? They're an Italian family.
From cruising
They
the
might let their kids have wine.
internet to sending email, a Performa can take you everywhere you want to go on the information superhighway. Each Performa comes pre-installed with eWorld, Apple's exciting online service. With eWorld, you can get instant access to current events, to timely financial news, and to a wealth of arts and entertainment information. Your kids can research topics for school, from science to history. And unlike
At
many
least the sexy computer lady didn't pop out this time. That's true. She kinda did. Rose was the sexy computer lady that popped out.
other online services, eWorld has a number of special kids-only areas. A staff of moderators supervises the discussions, so
How well have you vetted the moderators?
eWorld is a friendly place for youngsters. Want to explore further? eWorld is your ticket to the incredible world of the internet. That includes the World Wide Web.
You drank wine as a kid, your family's Italian? Yeah, it's cultural. Like, I would presume they're not letting kids, like, get drunk, but, like, a sip of wine or, like a cheer or, like, a small drink of something, I don't think is out of line for certain cultures.
Newest and most fascinating part of the net. eWorld makes navigating the net a snap with special guides to help you find your way around quickly and simply. And when you're not online, Performa keeps you in touch by phone.
Oh, hi.
With a built-in speakerphone and answering machine. Apple has a full line of Performa computers, and to find the one that's right for you, just Just call this number now. Apple will send you a free information kit that includes all you need to know to make the perfect choice. You'll discover the Performa 5215,
I know what
a
choice I'll
popular
make.
all-in-one computer that's great. Call.
This is where we live.
Now I gotta get a Macintosh from 1995, and I don't have a choice. What are you trying to tell me, computer? I'm not even in Chicago. This is bullshit.
Youth is a happy time and a carefree time.
Oh boy. I did not get that memo.
A time of auto rides and double dates. It's a time of fun, of pranks and jokes, of ice cream cones and chocolate sodas. Youth is a time for getting a job, for finding one's place in the world.
Old-timey jobs seemed so nice for teenagers. You just are there for 8 hours and you just gingerly stack boxes in the one-room general store you work in.
But sometimes in these troubled days, the very thoughtlessness of youth
Gasp! My goodness! A shoplifter!
has led to a living nightmare. Addiction to drugs, too often acquired with tragic carelessness, may take control of a life and force actions not dreamed of before. To these addicts, life's only work is to find money for drugs. In their desperation...
Yeah, chocolate soda would be like a soda water with chocolate ice cream. Sort of like if you ever had like a root beer float, but the primary flavor is the chocolate. It's like a bubbly, chocolatey, creamy...
No means is to
or like a cream soda, but chocolate.
follow.
It went out of fashion,
Their
obviously.
only goal in life is to keep the deadening chemicals forever in their heart's blood. The cause of this living death is a white powder, innocent looking, but deadly.
Is it cocaine?
Once this was a poppy growing in Italy
Oh.
or Turkey or some other hot land. The dried juice of this plant produces opium, a powerful drug. Contained in opium is morphine, used by doctors to relieve severe pain. From morphine comes heroin, outlawed even medically from the United States. These and other derivatives form the group of drugs called opiate. Opiates are...
In my grandpappy's day, you could get a Coca-Cola full of heroin and cocaine, and that was just a nice Sunday afternoon. Goddamn overbearing Federalists!
classed as depressants. An overdose causes unconsciousness, then death.
This is just what trans femme dysphoria looks like.
A smaller dose, taken into the bloodstream,
Messy Jaden says, "Oh no, a shoplifter drug addict! Quick, draw and quarter him for the pig he is because he's in a lower economic background and or has underlying trauma or is simply a minority and we're simply assuming."
inhibits all the functions of the body by its action on the brain and the central nervous system. But the body gradually builds up a tolerance to the drug.
Oh shit, Left Flank Vets! Welcome, Raiders! I'm Hannah. We're doing a 420 stream today, so we're watching weird videos. And I'm inebriated. So this was a great time for me to have a bunch of new people looking at me suddenly. I'm not anxious about that at all. How's it going? Good, I hope. Make sure you check out Left Flank Vets, please. I would appreciate it if y'all would go give a follow. Excellent channel.
More and more is needed to produce the same effects. After continued use, the body acquires a physical dependence on opiates. so that withdrawal of the drug causes a brief but violent illness.
We have Raiders. I can find something better for the Raiders than this. Don't worry, Raiders. I'll treat you better than my normal audience because, frankly, you're worth more to me. What are we gonna watch? Oh, this is only 3.5 minutes. A juggle command. I can do that. This is probably going to be difficult while inebriated, but I'll do my best. This is the same video! Liars! Here we go. I got the skills to pay the bills, as they say. We got this. Oh yeah. You couldn't do this sober.
That we would ever read headlines like these in American newspapers, I would have called him crazy. Yet here we are, reading them. In the middle of the 20th century, in the United States of America, hundreds and hundreds of teenage boys and girls are becoming marijuana addicts every year. It's
marijuana. Aaliyah, thank you for gifting a sub.
Fantastic. But there's one sure thing.
It's true. I take all of my watchers for granted. I'm a terrible person.
Nobody is going to stay an occasional user very long.
I appreciate all of you very much. Thanks for hanging out today.
I guess I knew about reefers. That's marijuana, ever since junior high.
Is it that?
Some of the boys smoked them. The ones who couldn't get along, who were afraid of everything. You know, the ones with no backbone. They both smoked pot. That's jive talk for marijuana. And after a while, Ann and I got so that we did too.
Juggle while seeing I am the very model? I can try. I am the very model of a modern major general. I've information, vegetable, and mineral. I know the kings of England can quote the fights historical, from Marathon to Waterloo in order categorical. I'm very well acquainted too with mathematical. I can do both the equations, both the simple and quadratical. About binomial theorem, I am teeming with a lot of news. Something, 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 something square of the hypotenuse. It's the best I got. Messy Jaden, thanks for gifting a sub.
It's funny what it does to you.
Am I a marijuana addict? I can stop anytime I want.
Everything speeds up to 100 miles an hour. You think you're real sharp, and you laugh a lot.
Because when I think about people being very high on marijuana, I think driving fast.
You feel like you're...
Don't drive while inebriated, please. Have a designated driver on today, this holiest of days.
The biggest person in the world.
You didn't start smoking till 18, DARE fucked up your little brain. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think DARE's a bad program because it, like, lies to kids about certain things. But not having kids use, like, drugs until over 18 at minimum is not a bad thing. I also didn't partake until I was older. Like, I had been given alcohol a few times as a minor, but I never did it a ton. But, like, I didn't really drink or do drugs until I was older. And I don't drink now. You guys know that, but... I'm what they call California sober.
Cost about $30 a day for each. Boys get the money by stealing or swiping car parts. Maybe by holdups. Girls take up street walking or do what I did. Become peddlers themselves. When Chuck went to jail, I used his contacts and peddled dope myself. Sure, I knew it was wrong, but when you're hooked, you can't help yourself.
I don't know. Like, I've had some times in my life when I've, like, been like, man, I wish I had some weed. I don't know if I've ever been... You don't go into, like, DTs. It's not alcohol. You're just gonna be like, I feel kind of anxious and can't sleep very well.
I wanted to try and kick it off. It was horrible. 5 days, and I didn't care whether I lived or died.
Again, they're acting as though you can get like, debilitating physical dependency
Feels
withdrawals.
like your skin is being torn right off you, and then you ache all over and get sick and you can't breathe.
Did they confuse marijuana for heroin again?
Your nose runs and you have a high fever and then you pass out, but when you wake up it starts all over again. 5 days, and I didn't...
Cthulhu Flower, thanks for 13 months, says, I have friends who partake of the wacky weed, but as of yet, I have not, worried it might make my clinical anxiety and such worse. Perfectly valid. Don't let anyone pressure you into it if you don't want to.
I don't care whether I lived or died. It feels like...
I enjoy pot, but I hate people who are like, everyone should smoke pot, man. No. Let people do their thing, who cares?
Your skin is being torn right off you, and then you ache all over and get sick and
Ooh, Hype Train, 75% to level 1.
Can't breathe. Your nose runs and you have a high fever and then you pass out, but when you wake up it starts all over again. 5 days, and I didn't care whether I lived or died. Your nose runs and you have a high fever and
just
then
repeating itself now.
She was dead. Might by any remote chance have to do with Phyllis.
Monster Jr., thanks for 36 months. Baby number 4 is here. This baby's name is going to be... Green Crack Peterson. Green Crack Peterson.
But gradually their hopes died. They were almost convinced she was dead.
This is just bullshit. Oh yeah, I have a lot of... For those who are Raiders, I have a big collection of, like, movies and stuff, but not just actual films. Like, I like old educational films and, like, weird drug scare films. That's a lot of my stuff down here. All these yellows are, like, exploitation or drug scare films. And they would just lie. They just straight up lie about weed, which is what gets me, because, like, absolutely you want to warn people about the dangers of things or the concerns, like maybe a lack of motivation or something like that. But don't just lie and say, like, smoking weed is gonna, like, murder you or make you want to murder someone. Like, no. Mellowfire, thanks for a 3-stream streak, says Rolling the Wacky Tobacco. Good, good. Good. Excited for you to join us.
But I wasn't dead. I tried once to kick off the habit, but I was too far gone.
In the Far East a few years back, they were lining up dope peddlers and shooting them in the back of the head. But it didn't stop addiction. It just made it harder for victims to get the stuff. No, the answer is a simple one. Just use your head. Leave marijuana absolutely alone. Remember what happened to Phyllis and others like her.
I'll try. I'm kind of high right now, though, so I don't know how much of this I'll remember later. That'll be fun. I can watch the VOD and be like I don't even know what's going to happen. That's exciting. Oh, here's one. This might be fun. This is a show that I actually have a copy of. You all know that I'm, again, a big collector, and I like sci-fi a lot. This is called One Step Beyond, which I own all of. This is actually in the public domain, which is why I'm able to show it. All of the episodes are on YouTube for free. I don't know, the company who made it or something went out of business, and just no one picked up the license. So that's cool. This is sort of a predecessor to the Twilight Zone. If you're familiar with the Twilight Zone, very similar. This came first. It is a show with a little intro narration, and then it's different anthology stories. So let's take a look at one of the episodes. Should be fun.
The amazing drama you're about to see is a matter of human record. You may believe it or not. But the real people who...
I appreciate the thought of this shot of the shadow in the background, the specific eye light. I wish he was spiking the lens. It looks like he's looking right off at some cue cards or something. It's almost perfect.
lived this story. They believe it. They know. They took that one step beyond.
Thank you for the follow.
It begins here, in the Elite Bar and Grill, with a wedding party.
Yeah, the visual of the title doesn't The graphic design isn't great on the title. I'll give you that.
There's not one thing that sets Sally and Matt Conroy apart from all the other couples who were married today in the United States. Not a thing.
You really appreciate Rod Serling when you try and watch other people do this bit. And this predates Rod Serling doing it, so don't get me wrong, you know? But boy, can you just come out and be like, here's a story we're gonna tell. I've only seen 2 people ever successfully do this. Rod Serling and Alfred Hitchcock. Those are the 2 people who pull it off. Actually, you know what? One more. I gotta add one more to the list. Ray Bradbury is at the start of some of these Ray Bradbury theater episodes, and he's pretty good, too. No one else can do it, though.
Not yet.
Hey, when are we gonna get out of here?
Come on, baby. How about that Georgie boy, eh, Matt?
This show's actually interesting, too, in that it and The Twilight Zone, at least one of the episodes, they both adapted. Because a lot of the episodes for anthology shows, both back in the day and now, aren't necessarily wholly original ideas. They're adapted from other sources, often short stories from, like, pulpy comics of the 20th century, like Amazing Fantasy or Weird Science or Tales from the Crypt, stuff like that. And this show, as well as The Twilight Zone, both adapted the episode about the peddler who always has something you need. I forget the exact title of it, but it's interesting seeing the difference. Profane Priestess says, listen, people should know what weed does so they can make informed decisions, but ultimately people can make their own decisions, and if someone is an addict, that's an issue that can be solved by doctors and social workers, not cops. Agreed.
He hasn't had that much exercise since he dumped that load of grapefruit.
What You Need might be the name of the episode.
Up on the Ridge Road. Hey, looks like that little gal of yours could keep on dancing all night, Matt.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
Sorry, baby. When I get going, I get carried away.
Hey, why don't you take it easy?
What a Chad.
You all right, Sal?
Oh, I think so. Let's try it again. I was just getting warmed up. Hey, back in the stag line, Georgie. Boy, you've had it. My turn to dance with the bride.
Oh, I'd just love to dance with all you gentlemen again.
Yeah, but they won't hold our room after 9 if we don't get there.
Oh, that'd be a shame.
We want to thank you for the party, fellas.
Just one last round for the road on me. Hey, Tommy, say, how'd Conroy ever find you down among those bayous, honey?
Well, he transported my cousin's belongings when she moved back home a couple months ago. And, well, one thing led to another. Here I am.
How do you like it?
Oh, I love it. I've never been northeast or west of Louisiana before in my entire life.
Well, no one would know it in the way you talk, honey child.
Come on, Sal, let's get going. Well, thanks again for the party, fellas.
Say, Matt, don't we get a chance to kiss the bride? Yeah!
Nice. Love a good rear projection car shot.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey, what were you dreaming about?
I don't know. Why?
Well, you were making all sorts of funny faces, funny noises.
Did I look awful?
You couldn't look awful if you tried. Of course, you look a lot better when you're smiling.
Did he just, you should smile more, his wife?
How much further is it?
Why?
You're gonna be so tired from all this driving. I mean, I sure wish I knew how to drive so I could help you.
You're just gonna have to learn, that's all. Nutty for somebody to live in California and not know how to drive a car. What's the matter?
Huh?
What's the matter?
I don't know, nothing.
Those crazy guys down at Tommy's, you sure knocked them for a loop. I guess you know that. Of course, you kind of knocked me for a loop, too. I tell you, I'm sure glad your cousin decided to go back to Louisiana and called NorCal Van and Storage.
Matt, if we turn left about a mile ahead, it's a prettier drive.
How'd you know that?
It's beautiful and wild and secluded. There's a hill straight ahead, just past those pines. Go up the hill.
Psychic?
How in the world did you know?
Never mind. That's it. Eagle Point's just ahead.
Eagle Point?
Turn right. Be careful. There's a fallen tree across the road.
Is she like a siren? Is she luring him to his death? Serial killer. No, this is the 50s. That wouldn't have existed as a trope yet. The serial killers weren't even a classification until later. Especially not a woman. They wouldn't have that be a twist back then. Alice, Sweet Alice is still like a couple decades away.
Sally.
Sally, what's the matter with you? Sally, what in the world's the matter with you?
Who are you?
Oh, come on, Sally, stop kidding.
Will you please take your hands off me?
Does she just have, like, DID or something?
Sally?
Was that it? Again, I'm trying to think, though. Was that a story trope back then? I don't know if it was.
Sally!
Because, like, Sybil didn't come out until the 70s either, and that's kind of the origin of DID as a trope in media, because it wasn't a known thing. Broadly. Yeah, they could have ADR'd her. Is she possessed by a ghost? Maybe. Maybe, like... Maybe he's a murderer and murders... He, like, tricks women into murdering... Or into marrying him, and then he murders them, and, like, the ghost of his previous victims is, like, possessing her.
Sally! Sally!
She's high on marijuana. What a coincidence. Me too. Isn't it a small world?
I don't know, her voice sounded so different, she looked so different.
Yeah, when he said, like, you need to learn, it's weird not to drive in California, and it's like it triggered, like a sleeper agent phrase or something.
I don't know.
Well, there aren't many roads through here. Shouldn't take us long to find her.
Three Faces of Eve came out in 1957. Okay, I hadn't seen that, so... California. The Wizard.
Now, how would she know about a place like this? She's never been up here before in her life, I'm sure of it.
This is the 50s. Is she like a secret communist agent that's like accidentally been activated?
She kid me about driving a car. She looks so different.
The lady in this starred in the B movie Schlock, the brain that wouldn't
That's mighty
die.
strange.
Let's take a look. Brief commercial break. Scream Factory put this out. Do I have this? I might own this. No, I don't own this.
You've lost the urge to experiment.
Yeah.
Oh, every time you touch me, I go out of my mind. Let me die. Let me die.
Gasp! Tetsuo! love that. I love this. Do they have an Amazon link? If so, I would like to add this to my wish list. They don't have an Amazon link. Damn, I don't even think the link doesn't even exist anymore. It goes straight to the Shout Factory homepage. It might be out of print. Oh yeah. This trailer came out in 2015. There's no way they still have this in print.
Kept alive by experimental science, by a man whose abnormal passions inspired him to try the impossible.
I brought her back. She'll live and I'll get her another body.
Yes, and what of her soul? How can you make of her an experiment of horror? His mad ambitions and desires threaten every woman possessing an attractive body.
Oh,
Girls
no.
whose measurements make them beauty contest participants. Professional figure models such as this. All are prey to his distorted desires.
What's locked behind that door?
Horror.
Oh, it is on Oh my god, it's so overpriced on Amazon. Yeah, that's definitely out of print. That's bullshit.
No normal mind can imagine something even more terrible than you.
Horror has its ultimate, and I'm that.
Behind that door is the sum total of Dr. Courtney's mistakes.
He intends to kill somebody. To rob them of their body. We've got to stop him.
That was pretty good.
What are the lights doing on in the Wharton place? Is that your car?
Yeah. What Sally's doing here?
Beats me, mister.
Thank you, MH Dark Beast, for the link.
Have you been smoking marijuana?
Marijuana's illegal, I know that.
That's right.
For now.
It's from Dragnet.
In a couple of years, things may change when all the kids grow up and start wearing ties and going to the polls. Marijuana's going to be like liquor, packaged and taxed and sold right off the shelf.
I doubt it, Mr. Shipley.
Bought this legally. Thanks, Michigan. Appreciate it.
Look, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but it seems to me there must be better things for cops to do than chase down wild rumors about something as innocent as marijuana.
Yeah.
Why don't you go after the big bad guys, the heroin peddlers? I won't argue with you about them. They should be stopped.
That's right. We'd like to put them out of business. That's why we're here.
What do you mean?
We're trying to keep them from getting a new customer.
There's a big difference between marijuana...
I Twitch times 2, thanks for 14 months, says 14 months already, and I got one question to ask you. Best doctor? Best? That's impossible to say. My favorite? Probably Capaldi. I really like Capaldi.
Marijuana and hard narcotics.
Yeah, but it's only a small step.
And everybody who takes a drink is going to be an alcoholic. We know that's not true, don't we? Let's face it, we're on opposite sides of the fence and there's nothing we can do about it. For you, if there's a law against it, it's wrong, black and white. I just don't see things that way, that's all.
Well, you ought to give it a try, fella. It might keep you out of jail.
Maybe.
Fucking Dragnet.
But
this is like what Dragnet is like, by the way, if you've never seen this show. The cops are like the biggest fucking squares.
We'll change the law someday, even though your friend here thinks we won't. Believe me, it's a new world. Your laws are as outdated as bustles. Laws are going to have to be changed to keep pace with the new morality. They'll change or we'll have to break them.
What about your daughter? How's she gonna feel if you end up in jail?
She won't like it any more than I will, but you'll have to catch me before you can arrest me, won't you? In the meantime, it's a big game of hide and seek, and to me, it is a waste of time.
How old are you, Shipley?
23.
Isn't it about time you grew up?
Here we go, lecture number 131A.
No, I'm not gonna give you a lecture. I don't have the time. I'm just gonna lay it out for you straight. Now, you listen to me. You chippy around with marijuana long enough and you're gonna buy yourself a lot of grief. After a while, marijuana won't be enough. You'll start looking for a bigger kick, and then a
That's not how that works.
bigger one after that. And all of this is gonna go down the tubes. Your job, your house, car, family, everything. We've seen it happen before, and not just to the neurotics and psychotics that wife of yours talks about, but to nice, clean-cut kids from good families with good educations. They start out just like you, and
don't make me ruin your life,
they
kid.
end up mainliners shooting it in their
I'll do
arms. And they end up dead, or wishing they were.
back to the thing. We gotta find out what's up with this lady. What's her deal? What's her dealio? Oh, you can see the top of the set! You can see the top of the set! Also, there's foot and hands on... Do you see the wall? There's, like, feet. There's feet and a nose. Boom, top of the set. Come on. Frame by frame. We got this. Almost. Almost. Oh, where'd your ceiling go? Where's your ceiling? That's weird that you don't have a ceiling and your walls just stop. That's weird. What's this called again? One Step Beyond. Was there a lighting rig too? Hold on. Okay, for a second I thought I saw a light. Oh wait, is that one? That might be a light. There it is. Do you see it? Like right next to her head, the big box with the I don't know what it's called. The thing that's like trying to block the light from reflecting too harshly or direct it. They blocked this terribly.
Who lives here? Nobody now.
Well, how come the electricity's still on?
The estate hasn't been settled yet. The girl who used to live here jumped from a place called Eagle Point a couple of weeks ago.
Eagle Point.
Kind of gives me the creeps, a nice girl like that committing suicide. What a mess. Had to make identification from dental records and stuff like that.
No! No! No!
What are you trying to do? Scare me to death?
I didn't.
You know what I ought to do, you silly dame? I ought to belt you one.
I didn't kill myself.
Sally!
I didn't jump.
Sally!
I didn't jump. I was
Sally!
murdered. I was murdered. I was murdered. I was
Sally!
murdered.
Is she a ghost or was she possessed by the ghost? Like they were going through the town and the ghost possessed her so she could like, you know, get someone to help solve the murder?
Sally. Sally. How much longer is this going to go on?
Is what going to go on, Mr. Conroy?
Every time she wakes up, it's another sedative, another shot. Is that the only thing you can do for her? Keep her asleep?
It's 1956, so we could lobotomize her.
Yes, Mr. Conroy.
It's been 24 hours. Look, I could feed her sleeping pills myself.
Mr. Conroy.
Don't do that, though. To be clear, don't do that.
Your wife was quite violent when you brought her in here, quite incoherent. Every time she wakes up, she tries to run away. Now, how would you suggest that we restrain her? Would you prefer a straitjacket?
You haven't even told me what's wrong with her. Well, what's wrong with her?
I don't know.
Well, when will you know?
Do you see that library? Every mental and emotional disturbance known to medicine is described somewhere in these books. Your wife's case is not among them.
Well,
She's just a little kooky. She's just a little kooky.
Just have to go to some other hospital where there'll be somebody who can
I find it hard to believe they wouldn't just say she's like hysterical or something. They would have said some stupid, weird bullshit. It was 1956, and they're a psychiatrist. There was like no rules. They could do whatever they wanted back then.
That's your privilege, Mr. Conroy. I don't think it will solve anything. I'm going to be quite frank with you. That young woman you brought in here is not
That
going
young
to be...
woman? What do you mean, that young woman? She's my wife. She's not just
Your wife. Does this sound like your wife?
Alex, I've told you there's no time. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you keeping me here?
To try to make you well, Mrs. Conroy.
Why do you keep calling me that?
Because that's your name.
My name is Karen. You know that. Alex, please, why won't you help me?
I'm trying to help you, Mrs. Conroy. There is no Karen Horton. Karen Horton is dead. Karen Horton committed suicide.
No! No! I was murdered! You must believe me! I was murdered! I was murdered! Alex, please, Alex, there isn't any time! Why won't you help me?
Quickly,
Please,
nurse.
please, please! Alex, listen to me. Listen to me. I'll be calm. I promise. Please, Alex, I'll be calm.
The saying please, please, please was a little off, but other than that, her panicked acting isn't too bad.
I'll be calm. My name is Karen Wharton. I was born in Fort Washakie, Wyoming on February 10th, 1935. My mother's name is Mary Louise. My father, Philip Joseph Wharton.
I'm gonna call it now. The sheriff murdered her. The sheriff murdered her.
Died of pneumonia on April 12th, 1939. Your wife, Ellen, drowned at the 4th of July picnic in 1941 at Lake Etna. And 4 years ago at the Harvest Moon Ball at the Country Club.
Discovered,
You
Phoenix.
asked me to marry you, Alex.
Discovered. Classified. Described.
Never mind, nurse.
You'd panic too if
Who
you
murdered
realized
you?
the ceiling wasn't
Dan
real.
Stapler.
Dan Stapler. Why?
Because I wouldn't give him a divorce.
Dan Stapler isn't married.
Yeah, it's just a
We were
CIA
married
studio
secretly last year
out
in
here.
Mexicali.
Why secretly?
You know why. Mother hated him. And she was right. His passion cooled considerably when he found out that none of Daddy's money was in my name.
Then why didn't you give him a divorce?
Because I loved him. I would have been anything he wanted me to be if he'd only loved me. I can't tell you how mortifying it was. How revolted I was when I saw him at the beach with other women and at parties. I loathed him and I loathed myself because later, when he'd come to me, when he'd touch me,
Regarding your inquiry, Daniel Stapler married to Karen Horton this city, June the 11th, 1956. Mexicali Hall of Records.
Well, can't there be some sort of explanation? Maybe she read about the death in a newspaper. Well, couldn't it just be a coincidence? Well, what is it? Some sort of psychic hocus pocus or something? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
You'd hardly expect a psychiatrist to tell you a thing like that.
I do remember that, Phoenix. Garby answered to question 1. Affirmative. Answer to question 2. One Step Beyond, a public domain show from 1956 that's an anthology sci-fi mystery genre fiction show a la The Twilight Zone or The Outer Limits.
Why did he murder you?
Real quick, I'm sorry, I was going to wait till the end of this, but I cannot. I need to urinate, so I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. While I'm gone, Chair will entertain you. Don't worry, Chair took a big fat edible earlier, so Chair is high as shit. So, the theme remains. Hello. I wanted to show you guys stuff I got yesterday at the used DVD store. Real quick, we're going to do this and then we're going to finish the rest of this episode. So first of all, they're having a sale on pins. So I got this cute Freddy Krueger pin. Because on my purse strap, I have different pins for different movies and stuff. This someone sent me. Time Cat. I don't remember if I mentioned that on stream. So thank you to whoever sent me Time Cat. And then, let's see. 200 cartoons. I love DVDs that have a bunch of bullshit, including Saturday morning cartoons from the 80s. It has episodes of the Flintstones Kids, Thundar the Barbarian, the Don Bluth thing, Dragon Slayer, I think, and Mr. T, and the Monchi Cheese, so that's good. The first season of Greatest American Hero in really good shape on DVD. Like, this looks new. I'm actually pretty impressed by the quality of this. And then finally, the first season of The Adventures of Superman from the 1950s. Beautiful. That's in great condition, too. Seasons 2, 3, and 4 are ridiculous and impossible to get, but Season 1 pops up from now and again, and that one's in good shape, so cool. You're up to date. That's the Blu-ray report or whatever.
Because he found somebody who did have money. That night.
I know about the DVD thing. I'm looking for the... There it is.
Go on.
It had been weeks since I'd seen him. He dropped by that night without any notice at all. And the famous stapler charm was in full bloom again. And of course I fell for it again. Dan always had a divine sense of timing. He told me his real reason for the visit, that he wanted a divorce, while he was making love to me.
Oh, that's fucked! That's fucked up! What the fuck, man?
I told him I'd never divorce him, not ever. And then he behaved like a 6-year-old child having a temper tantrum. He cried out that I cheated him, ruined his life. He stomped his feet, and his voice screeched like a petulant woman. He looked so ridiculous. He suddenly looked so ridiculous that I started to laugh. I suppose it was hysteria more than anything else, but I couldn't stop. He turned very white and came at me. He struck me with his fist. And before I could tell him that, yes, 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 you can have your divorce, he killed me.
How?
It wasn't a pleasant death, Alex. I didn't die quickly. Finally, he crushed my skull with something heavy.
It's quite violent description for a show from 56. I'm surprised you could say the phrase, crushed my skull.
And then he took my body to Eagle Point and flung it off the edge to make it appear as suicide. Alex, do you believe me?
How can I, Mrs. Conroy?
But you must! I'm not Mrs. Conroy! He murdered me! I can prove it! I can prove it! Alex, listen to me! I can prove it! I can make you... Let me go! I can make you believe me! Let me go! Listen to me, Alex! No!
Nurse.
No! No! No!
What am I gonna do?
What am I going to do? Yes? We'll be right up. Your wife's awake.
Dr. Slauson, let
let me go in first. Honey, are you feeling better?
Alex, I want to call my mother.
Your mother in Louisiana?
Alex, please, don't start that again. Please let me call my mother.
Why?
Have they not shown her a mirror? Does she not know that she's possessing another person's body?
Believe me.
Will she?
Yes.
I think perhaps I'd better call her, don't you? It's going to be an awful shock.
Tell her I want to see her. It's all right if I get dressed, isn't it? I don't want her to see me like this. I must look terrible.
Yes.
It's a sick burn on that guy's wife.
Get dressed.
I must look terrible. Why'd you marry this bitch?
You know, Sal, we promised your cousin Diana we were going to wire her right after the ceremony. Only in all the confusion down at Tommy's...
Would you mind leaving so I can get dressed?
Mirrors hadn't been invented yet. No, I'm no history major, but I know that's not true.
Did you call her mother? I mean Mrs. Wharton.
No. No, I didn't. Mr. Conroy, I'm going to try something drastic.
On TV? Wow.
You gave me
this is scandalous for 1956, is it not?
Of course I remember, Alex.
Did I call for history major? Honestly, why not? When were mirrors invented? Like, I know a decent bit ago.
Has there been much change in 5 years?
Oh, she sees herself. It's quantum leap rules.
5 years is a long time.
No, wait, reverse quantum leap rules. It's explicitly not quantum leap rules.
In case you've forgotten, the number's 5211.
I remember.
Will you call her now?
Why don't you rest for a while? I'll take care of it. Miss Peterson?
Ancient Hyrule had mirrors. That doesn't help at all. Thank you, everyone else, for your answers, though.
Karen, oh my God!
Garrett, oh my God! I could have played this role.
Baby!
We're virtually identical. Garrett!
Baby!
Does the vampires not having reflections myth have anything to do with silver-backed mirrors and vampires being something to silver? Silver, I think, makes vampires weak or something. It does that to werewolves, too. But it is a thing with vampires. I think at least in Dracula it is. Yes? Ooh. Because, like, silver's it's good. It's like divine in some way. It's symbolically a divine metal.
Mother, I'm so glad to see you. Alex won't believe me. No one will believe me. They're treating me like I'm insane. Mother, please help me. Tell them who I am. Tell them who I am. Who are you? Who are you and why are you doing this to me?
1865.
Why are you doing this to me?
Here, take these.
When she put her arms around me, it was Karen. I know it was. And it was Karen's voice. Oh. But she is dead, Doctor, isn't she?
Yes, Karen is dead, Mrs. Wharton.
Doctor, Mrs. Conroy's gone.
She's off to solve her murder! Because none of you will do anything. Jesus Christ. She's given you a fair amount of evidence. Like, I don't believe in the supernatural. I just don't. The paranormal, though? Okay, paranormal, if something presents something to me that, like, doesn't have an explanation, I don't think it's outside of the natural, but I'm willing to test. I'm willing to go and let this lady solve a murder. Why not? It's 1956. There's no TiVo. What else are you gonna do? It's fine. Go solve a murder. This is the most fun you're gonna have until the Vietnam War ends.
There she is.
Korean would have been a better, more timely joke. I don't believe in angels and demons? Nah. Demons are cool, though. Demons are hot, though. Supernatural is something that is outside of the natural. Paranormal is outside of the norm. So, like, a phenomena that we don't yet understand, but is naturally explainable through physical means would be paranormal.
With something heavy.
There's the murder weapon! See?
With something heavy. Well, what now? We start with this. The police, Dan Stapler. No, I mean about her. I don't know about her.
It's probably Sixth Sense rules. It'll be her again.
Hi, Dawn.
Yeah, see? She's good. You mediumed the hell out of that. Good job.
Matt, is something wrong?
Not now. No, we got lost for a while, but we're all right now. We're gonna be married a long time, Mrs. Conroy, and it's gonna take me a long time to...
You should, profane priestess.
Thanks.
And DNA, but that wasn't a factor at this point.
There's a nice technical word for what happened to Sally Conroy. It's called possession. That is, the dead temporarily taking over the body of the living. Terrifying? It terrified Dan Stapler into a quick and full confession. There are thousands of cases of possession in the records, many of them fully authenticated by respected scientists. We've seen one. To whom it happened, we know. Where it happened, we know. How or why it happened. Good night.
Okay, his outro was better than his intro. He's still no Rod Serling, but I could see that working. No, what was I gonna search? What was his channel name? That's not what I wanted. The hell was the name of his damn channel? Give me 1 second. Okay, never mind. I can't find the video for that I wanted.
I'm going outside. Outside.
Yeah, I'm sure we're gonna do more One Step Beyond, considering it's public domain and all of it's on YouTube. Hydrate.
I just picked up the newspaper, said that the wind blows. Can't go back to where it come from.
Melissa, thanks for subscribing on YouTube.
Welcome, and it's not fun there. I know that I won't be late. Oh, and I can't be saved. I wanna go outside. I wanna go outside. I wanna go outside. I wanna go outside. A spaceship came to take me away into the moonlight, and it touched me in an interesting way. And now I'm pregnant with aliens. I'm gonna change my name. Oh, it's a brand new day. I wanna go outside. I wanna go outside. I wanna go outside. I'm going outside. I'm going outside. Gonna go out and away
The
from
colors impregnated him.
I'm outside.
It's true. That'll happen. Sometimes you just get pregnant.
Up a new hotel on the tundra.
This is very satisfying.
Just checked in and I feel so swell. 'Cause I'm wealthy and I'm a billionaire. I'm gonna change my ways. Oh, and I'm leaving on a different plane. I wanna go outside. I wanna go outside. I wanna go outside. I wanna go outside. Gonna go
a thing that was just in a Watch While High playlist. Well, that was catchy. What do we got? I do like a good burger wrap. Of course, this is right after I adjusted the aspect ratio. Should really have two different versions of this for two different aspect ratios,
Hey,
so
Greg,
then I
what's
can
up?
one
Not
button.
much. Mary's up front. She wants to see you.
That's too easy.
Hi, Bill.
Hey.
Thanks for the link, Mellowfire.
Yeah, Mary, what's up?
I'm gonna pull you off fries today because I want you to learn grill. Have you clocked in?
Yeah.
Well, I
Let's get
definitely can't
started.
play that. It's a Weezer song.
You're familiar with the grill, but let me show you a few things you might not already know. The meat is here in the
Do
cold
the
grill.
rap.
And
All right.
Cheese that's ready to...
There we go. I don't need this other shit.
And you're about to learn some grill skills. So let's get busy now. Come on, let's go.
Now working the grill, Bill, it ain't so tough. But first of all, you got to check your stuff. Like a grill that's set at 250 with the meat and cheese that's ready to go. A towel to keep your station looking cool. But most of all, you got to have your tool. Are you with me now? Get ready. We're gonna lay them down. Now, meat's got grain to it just like wood. You got to follow the arrow to lay it down like you should. From the front to the back, you got to lay it down. Space it evenly, not scattered around. Next, you got to salt the meat from the back to the front to make the taste complete. Not too little, not too much. With a little finesse, you'll get the touch. What's coming up next is our key to success. We'll turn the meat and do a 400 press. Don't wait too long, I emphasize, or the meat won't reach the proper size. When things start to sizzle, you're
Thanks for
ready
the
to
follow.
go. Gently turn the meat, but don't
Meat has
be
a
slow.
grade,
Just turn
apparently.
them over easily. We don't
Grain,
want a
you
broken patty, that's a guarantee. Press out the corners 1, 2, 3, 4. Rock it a bit, are you keeping score? The reason you press, you gotta think. When the meat hits the grill, it starts to shrink.
We start shrinking
Oh!
when we hit that grill. You know
A bad choice. That's a bad choice.
it will. We start
I don't even know where to start with that one.
that grill. You know it will.
When the meat's red, juices no longer rise. You can serve that patty, it'll win a prize.
Oh, I want the
Takes
burger
about 4
medal.
minutes to cook, but just make sure you can have a look. Use your tool and double check. It should be gray and moist to be correct. And order's placed, you're ready to go. Drain the meat.
I used to have a vinyl player. It broke when I moved. I liked it.
Just like so. Once the draining is
Anytime.
totally done, place the patty squarely on the heel of that bun. Now there you go, Billy. You give it a shot. Don't be afraid. I think you're gonna be hot.
All right, then. That's certainly something.
Hey there, champ. A friend told me
What to do if you're too high on weed. This is informative. Let's watch.
you got a little too high. I'm sorry, pal. This sucks. You may feel like you've gone permanently insane, or like you're dead. Here's the good news. You're alive, and your sanity is probably intact.
Probably.
You're just really, really high. The first thing you should know is you're safe. No one ever overdosed on cannabis, and you won't be the first. It's going to be okay. You might be feeling way too high for a few hours, but let's not focus on that now. Time has probably lost all meaning for you anyway. So here we are,
That's not helpful.
and everything's gonna be all right. You're real. You know what helps? A fresh breeze. Why not open a window? You can even go for a little walk. No one's looking at you, I promise. Are you hydrated? Weed can give you a serious case of cottonmouth, so drink up. You're not going to die from overhydration. Water is good for you. You're doing great.
Are we sure you're alive? Yes, you are alive. Hydrate.
Got one of these beauties lying around? Lemon pulp, zest, and peels are full of terpenes, which can help regulate THC levels. A glass of fresh lemonade may be just what you need.
That's actually interesting. I didn't know that.
Hey, let's visit your spice cabinet. Got any fresh peppercorns? There are chemicals in peppercorns that can help bring you down from a high. Grind some of these little guys. Give them a sniff. Don't worry if you sneeze a couple of times. Your brains are still in your head. You're good. Hey, sweetie, you know what helps? A nice sitcom. Nothing too fast-paced or complicated. May I suggest going through the back catalog of Friends? Laughing is fun. Are you freaking out all by yourself? Oh, that won't do. It's time to call a trusted friend. Talking things through can do wonders and remind you that you're a person and not just a cloud of terrifying thoughts.
I don't know about that one.
Feel free to watch this video as many times as you want. Nothing bad will happen as a result, little buddy. You're going to be okay. Isn't that right? That's right.
Beautiful. Can't play that for copyright reasons. Hell yeah, I found it! You guys remember Marcel? He's gonna teach you how to make an aqualung. I am not recommending you do this. It's just funny that Marcel did a PSA on how to build an aqualung.
Hi there, welcome to Peacemaker Society, and we're doing a quick, fun video to show you...
What's an aqualung? Basically, it's a device that you can make so that you can just pull something up, and because of a vacuum that you've created, you don't have to actually suck in. You'll just, the physical motion of lifting it will have air go through it.
How to get really high. It's beginning of April, 420 is coming.
I have never used one.
Up in just a couple of weeks. We're planning on hanging out at the Ledge in Winnipeg, as you guys will be doing around the world, but before that happens, we want to show you how to get really, really high. So, recently I've been hanging out with a lot of people, and not everyone knows what an aqualung is. So if you haven't heard of this, you need to tune in right now. In the beginning, you saw me take a big hoot there. How you actually make this.
A big hoot?
A 2 liter, like this. Within that, you cut the bottom of it off.
Nah, we're fine.
You need a big jug, a jug that's big enough to fit.
I already have my stream set to contain drug usage, so it's fine.
2 liter.
The appropriate warnings are where they need to be.
Side of it. And basically the principle is, as you pull up on this, it fills with smoke, you push down, it acts like a piston and forces all that smoke into your lungs all at once. You get 2 liters worth of marijuana smoke.
Oh, that doesn't sound good at all. That sounds awful.
Into your lungs.
That sounds so not fun at all to me. At that point, just take an edible. If you want to get crazy high, just take an edible. Why do you want to hurt your lungs like that?
In one hoot. 2 or 3 of those,
It's supposed to be a peace symbol and a person, but he did not consider how much it just looks like a stick figure with a giant cock. He didn't think about it a little bit. Which is funny, because that's the first thing I thought when I saw it.
So baked, works great one of two ways. Either if you don't have a lot of hoots, you can put a very little bit in, get really big.
Some people can't get high off edibles. How?
Hold it in a long time. Or if you have a lot of hoots, like this, let me get this out of here. Perfect. And within that, then you pack it.
Why is he calling them hoots? Is this some Canadian verbiage I'm unfamiliar with?
Bowl as big as you possibly.
Is this a Utica expression?
You can, with as much weed as you want.
They don't have enzymes to break it down. That's interesting.
And it will rock your socks off. So for this,
that is a lot of weed. Marcel has admitted at this point that he grows weed, so that's why he has so much. He grew and sold it. Maybe still does, I don't know. He at least did in the past, though.
Take you through, you need 1 2-liter, you need the cap to the 2-liter, you need a pair of scissors, lighter, and either a bowl from just a normal pipe or tin foil if you don't have one of those. If you're using tin foil,
I have foil.
All you're going to do is you're going to cut the entire inside top part of the lid out, just like we cut a hole in this one. You just make it bigger though, and you stick the tin foil around your finger, you're going to push it in. For today, we're going to show you how to use an actual metal bowl though, just because it's cooler and it works better. So, what you do, make sure you don't inhale this while you're doing it, but you just use the lighter just to soften.
You could go out and get action. You're an adult. Why are you burning a bottle cap? You know how much shit you're going to inhale?
Soften it just a little bit. You're not actually going to burn it, okay, but you just soften it. Just so it's darkened a bit. Put this down on a flat surface.
It's true, I hate.
And then you're just going to push the scissors right through. And the reason you soften it with a lighter is so it's not as hard to push through. And then you're just going to turn it, just like you would a corkscrew, anything like that.
Seems dangerous.
Just keep turning it until you get a hole that's big enough that you can drive this through. And so you keep doing that till it's big enough, and then you'll just put this bowl on top of it, push down really hard till it pops in. Forms a perfect seal, you don't need to tape it, anything. Then once you have your bowl set up, you take the bottom of the 2-liter, you just push it with the scissors.
This is not worth the effort.
Just like that.
Jesus.
You can use a knife or an X-Acto knife, but if you're like me and you're a stoner, you'll probably cut yourself. I like to use scissors.
Oh,
and then just above where the dimples are, you're going to cut all the way around. The higher up you go, the less smoke it holds, so keep it as low as you can. Okay, so you're going to go all the way around, all the way around. Okay, so like that. Make sure you have your lid off when you put it in, because otherwise your weed will fly everywhere. You'll learn that the hard way otherwise. You want to fill the water so it's up to about here on the 2-liter. So just above the top here is a good spot. Then you put your lid on, or good idea is to load it with weed first. Put it on, screw it in, make sure it's in there tight. And then again, the best way to get stoned on the planet on marijuana. Make sure you don't pull it all the way out of the water. And then you just open your mouth
my
and just breathe
God.
in gently as you push down.
That's such... Oh no, that's such dense, thick smoke. Oh God. Oh no. Chiba Hawk says, if at the end of your toils you're able to smoke weed, it was worth the effort.
And then you just open
It's
your
so
mouth and
much.
just breathe in gently as you
Oh
push down.
no. Oh God. Oh Jesus.
You're probably gonna hack for a minute or two. Just get you even more baked. It works really, really well. Enjoy. It should take you maybe 2 to 3 to 4 minutes to make it. Even if they steal every bong in the world, a lot of countries they pick on people. It takes about $3. You got a gram.
My throat would be fucked for a week.
Night and you'll get so high. So just enjoy. It's called an Aqualung Peacemaker Society. Our website's probably on the screen. It's a lawful right to smoke, sell, or grow pot with or without a medical condition. We've proven it, and this is how you get really high while you're doing it. Happy 420 from Peacemaker Society. I'm Marcel. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcel. I have to use the bathroom again. I'll be right back and we'll watch more fun stuff. And not Marcel. Like actual fun stuff. Thanks for indulging me, everyone. You're all enablers. I've returned once again. Hmm. Oh, by the way, you know that conspiracy lady who is doing the Medbed stuff, and I was like, I'm not sure if she actually has scammed people out of money herself specifically. Good and bad news, I now actually do have video evidence that she in fact has monetarily taken from people. So let's watch this real quick.
What's the money for, you may ask?
Shilling med beds to conspiracy theorists. Apparently she was taking like $1,500 deposits or something.
What's the money
What's the password? A second plane has hit the femboy.
for, you may ask? Well, the people working in the centre need to be paid. Because they too need a roof over their head and food on the table. They too need to purchase things for their children. They too need to live.
Think I'm seeing why she deleted all the old videos on her channel.
They need to pay for fuel and housing and whatnot. So you're paying for staff. Who's going to pay for the cleaners to keep the centre clean? Okay. Who's going to be the one that is helping you overcome your addiction or helping you lose weight? They all need to be paid. They all need to be paid so that they too can live. Okay, so just because you are being treated in the medbed is free, providing the service is not free. Okay? No money, no staff, no building, no supplies, no treatment. Really, really, really simple. Common sense is needed here. Okay? When you go to hospital, for example in Australia, in an emergency situation, you don't have that hospital bill. Okay? It's free. But the nurses and doctors still get paid. Who do you think's paying them? If no one pays them, they can't treat you. Okay? Because they too will be on the street and need
So why aren't the med beds getting paid through taxes or whatever?
help. So all the staff,
I don't even remember a company claiming to make a med bed.
the managers,
There was a guy who did, but I haven't heard from him.
the transportation, the supplies, the food, the building, the land, the gardeners, the handyman, the electricians, the plumbers, blah, 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 blah. The list goes on and on and on and on. Every single one of them needs to be paid so you can be treated. For you to pay to use a medbed, it's to pay the staff and the facilities and supplies so you can be treated by a medbed, in a medbed. Absolutely 100%. If you don't understand this, you're not thinking. Alright? Medbeds and your healing just doesn't fly out of our backsides. It doesn't come in fairy rainbows and pretty colours.
How dare you try and make that analogy when you are literally promising medical miracle beds? That is disgusting.
Okay.
She sucks.
You actually need money for that. We still live in a money situation. Alright? Just start using your head. Okay? Stop thinking with your ego. Start using your head and stop having temper tantrums and actually start thinking. Okay? Actually start thinking. With your brain, okay, not with your ego. Alright? It really is not rocket science. It's not hard. Alright? I wish you all the best of days and enjoy. Come from your heart, not your ego.
This is actually a mirror on YouTube, or on Reddit, so it's not on YouTube or Rumble. Oh. How's Peter? I actually messaged him earlier today. I can check. Let me put it in another tab, because I'm not going to share, you know, private communications without vetting. He didn't message back yet. Hope he's doing well. You'd think he'd celebrate. Every day is 420 for Peter.
Huh?
You sure you aren't projecting, Demibird? Oh, fuck, we could watch Galador. Oh man, Kogal Meats. Let's watch a little bit of this Kogal Meats video. Fuck yeah.
Welcome. We gotta let the
Tell me all about your meats.
folks know who we're talking with today.
For those who don't know, we talked about this on stream a few times, but in Michigan, there are very strict laws on what can or cannot be included in hot dogs. So we have, like, the best hot dogs in the goddamn country, basically. And Kogal's is an incredible brand of hot dogs. So, here's how the sausage is made.
in Flint, Michigan, and we are here at Kogal's Meat Company on Bristol Road, and I'm with John Kogal. John, nice to meet you.
Thank you. Welcome.
And so nice to get down here and to find out more about a product that has got quality tagged all over it.
Yes, thank you.
John, we want to go through and learn more about your plant and how it got started with your grandfather and so on. But before we do that, I guess you can just go ahead and give us somewhat of a little talk about where we're at right here.
There's, like, weird background music. Can you hear it?
Where are we standing at
We
right now?
are a shipping cooler, our finished product cooler. We do a lot of wholesale. We're a wholesale operation, but we do it for food service as well as retail. We do a lot of A&Ws, Dairy Queen, Coney Island's, big one around, golf courses in the summer, and then of course we deal with every major retailer in Michigan, but Costco, and we're working on that.
Okay.
So.
What about now Michigan? I mean, that's the key word here.
Coney Island was, I guess I don't know if they still have them, chain of Coney dog restaurants in Michigan.
With Kogal. Does Kogal get outside the state now, or pretty much confined to Michigan yet?
Our majority of business is in Michigan. We do go to South Bend, Indiana, Toledo, Ohio. About 3 years ago, we got a break in Cleveland. So we have kind of filled the gap a little bit over to Cleveland, and we're still trying to grow that market. But that is the extent.
I wonder what it is now, because this was, geesh, what year was this? A while ago, based on the video.
Some folks who live in Texas that have it UPS'd out too,
Sure.
like Kogal Vienna hot dogs.
Yes.
So Kogal's got started back in what year?
1916 would be the year that my grandfather came to Flint, Michigan. Started actually up in, learned the process in Germany through the apprenticeship program.
Okay.
Came to Michigan, came to the United States.
Okay.
Some say to seek his fortune, others say to get away from his parents. No one really knows what's true.
It can be both. It can be both.
Settle up in the middle.
Start a hot dog empire.
Milwaukee area.
And tell your parents to fuck off. That's the American dream.
Became a superintendent of a plant up there, but always wanted to do his own thing.
Right.
And worked there for about 2 years. A plant came for sale in South Dakota. And he
Are
asked
there any famous people from Michigan? Betsy DeVos?
farmer salesman at that point in time who was supplying his company, the company he worked for. Should you buy that
Sam Raimi?
plant? And the man said, no, don't go there. There's not a lot of population there. Go to
The guy who plays Shaggy? What's his name? Whatever his name is. He's also in Scream.
Flint, Michigan. Auto industry is going to boom there. So indeed, that's what he did. He moved down here, started as a small butcher, made the processed meats on one side, the wholesale cuts on the other, and then sold both of them through his shop.
Okay.
Matthew
Well,
Lillard.
let's get into someplace where it's
That's
just a
his
little warmer and where we can sit back and relax a little bit, and you can tell us a little bit more of the history of Kogal's. where it's come from, what's your projections in the future, and what kind of products do you make?
Bruce Campbell, I think?
How many different types of franks do you make?
He at least
now?
went to
32
school in
different
Michigan. I
recipes,
guess I don't know if he
65
born
different
here.
products. But a Vienna becomes an 8-count, a 24-count, and a 10-pound box. So,
Michael Moore.
You know, one recipe
from
becomes
Flint, I
3
think.
different products.
Okay, well, let's go to the conference room. Where is it, John, that you'd like to see the company go, or what do you have projected in the future?
Peeplord says, is there anything more American than running a hot dog stand than getting promoted to the head of a national private military organization?
For
Campbell was born in Royal Oak, Michigan. Hell yeah.
Well, we certainly want to continue to grow.
Is RoboCop
we
from
want to be a
Michigan?
vibrant
The character? Yes.
part of
The actor? Probably not.
not only the Flint economy, but the Michigan
I don't know,
economy. There are still a lot of people, as I kind of mentioned a little earlier.
RoboCop was born in Detroit.
We're trying to change people's eating habits. You know, in Detroit, it might have been the ballpark Frank.
Yes.
We want people, when they think of hot dogs or Frankfurters, to think Kogal. And we will have, if we can get that, the same market share we enjoy, say a 30-mile radius around Flint, if we can extend that, especially through southern and western
The first 2 Evil Dead movies take place in Michigan, by the way.
Michigan, we'll have a lot of business.
Now, your grandfather, he was from Germany?
Yes.
And he learned the trade or the craft or to be a butcher, or what was he?
Yeah, Wurstmacher is the official term through the apprenticeship program is what they call it.
And so from there, he picked up and left the old country.
Got a
and
lot
came
of Deadites there, mostly in the UP.
to America. And so what is it that he has, I mean, he's passed on certainly a great name, quality name. Is your whole family involved in Kogal's today, or is it just you and your brother? Or
No, I have no brothers.
No
I have
brothers.
3 sisters, and I'm the youngest of 4 children.
Okay.
And I have a brother-in-law that works here,
Okay.
a sister.
Yeah, I met your brother-in-law, Jeff.
Yes, correct. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, from the Northern Peninsula.
Yeah.
And then my sister Catherine, as well as my father.
Okay. What's the recipe?
No, what's the recipe? Oh, yeah, that's right, exactly. Probably the biggest thing that Kogal does, and you know, quality is a word that's thrown around a lot, but if you read our ingredient statement, if you take our Viennas here, it will say beef, pork, water. It's a natural casing. It adds another little twist, and we're a very huge producer of natural casings.
I genuinely believe this guy has a passion for, like, pork meat. Like, he seems to, like, genuinely... I'm not making fun of that. Good for him. I'm glad that he seems to give a shit about the quality of these fucking products.
We don't want to handle natural casings because they're not consistent. You can't machine them easily. I mean, it takes a human, as you'll see when we go out there. But the big thing is the ingredients. It just comes down to putting most of our competitors start with mechanically separated chicken or turkey, then pork, then water, then you might see beef. They're also adding a lot of, and I don't want to call them fillers because some people, we add non-fat dry milk and some people, but there's carrageenan and there's potato starch. There are a lot of different things that you can put in there that kind of have a characteristic of a bite. And we haven't followed that. We decided some time ago that we were going to stay in the business. We were going to make products the way my grandparents have eaten them for their whole life, and stick to what we know how to do. And that has been successful for us. We've found our niche, and
This has got to be a horrifying video for vegans or vegetarians. It's just like
it's a fact.
Homogenous mounds of meat.
I remember as a child, you know, as a young boy growing up in Flint, living in Kyle, and my dad would take me when he got his paycheck.
It's almost
he worked at Buick.
$4.20. Appropriate.
And payday, why we'd go to Coney Island there on Water Street, or in Saginaw Street there, and have Coney Islands, and the taste. Then, I mean, it hasn't changed. I mean, that's why when I say Vienna Kogal hot dog, I mean, I know what it, and there's nothing else like it. Right. I mean, so that there's something, is there something that you put in it that...
If you come to Michigan and you like hot dogs or sausages, stuff like that, unironically, I really would recommend Kogal's. Like, they're quite good. I would recommend trying them if you're in the area.
I'm talking about...
Whoopsie. Didn't mean to do that. Oh, that's fine. We probably watched enough of the meat anyway. We can move on. Nope, there it was.
Is there a recipe of some sort, or just what you were... 1916 or 1932 or in that area.
Yeah, 1916 was
and
the
you had a
butcher
fleet,
shop.
and your grandfather had a fleet of trucks of what? 24 trucks.
Something like that. Yes. Back.
In this area.
Yes.
And is it doing well in the northern part of the state, or is it catching on up there?
Yes. And then everybody else.
No, I want a hot dog. Oh, this kind of looked fun. This isn't as good. It's not like story based, but I just thought we'd watch a little bit of this. We did that VCR game a while back that was the Isaac Asimov thing. This is a horror movie one. Watch a little bit. Again, I don't think this one has like a story though. I think it's mostly questions and just weird clips. So.
Soon, with a roll of the die and the magic of color scan, you will enter the doorways to horror. Behind each of a series of diabolical doorways, you must pit yourself against a crowd call of Hollywood's most cantankerous creations. You must contend with werewolves and witches, zombies, monsters, and vampires to amass a king's ransom in gold. Before you take on these goofy ghouls and wacky weirdos, check with the enclosed instructions and make sure you know the rules of the game. Now take heart. Just make sure it's your own, as you courageously enter the doorways to horror.
Let's say door 3. This one didn't come with a game board, did it? No. Sometimes it has scans.
Pass through this door into the Olympic-sized swimming pool and witness a tender affirmation of love.
No matter where you go or what you do or who you kill, I love you till the day I die.
A very short time, judging by the menacing appearance of this seaweed monster. Perhaps you can cast a magic spell on one or more of these 3 charmers, or maybe you have the weapons to control them. If not, just yell, "Gelp!" and run.
This is mostly a collection of stuff like this. It's different things that you have to have the right cards or whatever for, and it's just a lot of clips from like old B movies or classic horror films. I would have loved this as a kid.
Now pause the tape and take stock of your situation.
Oh yeah, that was a
Through
Corman
this
one, I
door,
think.
you enter the laundry room.
I think that clip also, the one where they grab, may have been used briefly in the Malcolm in the Middle intro, which uses a lot of clips from different really cheap B movies.
Brenda Lacoste, a former Miss Sexy Eyes of Memphis State, awaits you.
You were a beautiful girl, Brenda.
Before you became a
I'm not gonna lie, I stole a lot of ideas from the Malcolm in the Middle intro for another intro for a different show I did back in the day.
zombie, that is, and made friends like these. Perhaps you can cast a magic spell on one or more of these creatures, or maybe you have the appropriate weapons to control them. If you have, it's a snap.
Is the gong necessary?
Now pause the tape and chill out.
Tender. Through this door, in the great wood, is a witch. Her tender kisses will melt your heart and her face. So try before she leaves to cast a...
Oh, from The Terror. He actually directed parts of this. It was a shit show. This is another Corman film.
magic spell on her and her companions, or use the appropriate weapons to control them.
Yeah, it was a young Jack Nicholson. They were shooting, I think, a Corman version of The Raven or something, and then they finished shooting 3 days early. So Corman was like, hey, let's make another movie. So they shot a whole other movie in 3 days called The Terror. Jack Nicholson directed parts of it. It's not good. It's not good. It's not good. Are we going to do a countdown to 420? Probably not. I don't know the exact time that is. And I'm already high. You people still waiting? God damn.
Now pause the tape before you lose face too.
Beyond this door lies the moat, where the sudden appearance of a hideous monster has made these people's hair stand on end. These fellows seem almost mild by comparison, but don't be fooled. Cast a magic spell if you can, or use whatever weapons of control are yours to command. Your hair. You find yourself in a bit of a tangle in the conservatory, and that, quite frankly, is how this monster would prefer that you stay.
It's a pretty good big
And,
crocodile.
of course, he keeps a couple of friends around for company. See if you can cast a magic spell on the monster or his friends, or control them with whatever appropriate weapons you happen to have.
Beyond this door is the wine cellar, where zombies are hard at work grinding the ingredients for goulash.
Oh wow, like voodoo zombies. Are we winning? You're always winning on this stream. Wink.
Watching over them are these two other ghastly ghouls. Try and cast a magic spell on one or more of these horrors, or, if you have it, use the appropriate weapon to control them. Now, pause the tape before you put your nose to the grindstone.
Oh damn. I skipped the end. That's alright. You get the vibe anyway. That's an annoying soundtrack. Holy shit, does that get better?
Hi, Mr. and Mrs. McGee. How are you?
A little. Jesus, the audio for this whole thing is dog shit.
Oh, Bobby, it's you. Hey, Bobby, you want a drink? Come on, Bob. Come on, man. Just take a drink. Come on. Let's go.
Sold.
We're gonna have it all day. Come on, just take a drink, man. Won't hurt you.
It's 4:20. It is now officially 4:20 in the Eastern Time Zone. Blaze it and all that.
Hi, Mr. and Mrs. McGee. How are you?
Hi, Patricia. How are you?
Fine.
Joni and Sue are inside. Why don't you just go on in?
Okay, thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Joni? Joni, it's me, Pat! Wow, did you scare me? I thought you were my parents. No, it's only me. Hey, well, lock the door and go in the den. I got a surprise for you. Okay. Come here, Sue. Come on, Sue. Is it rolled? Yeah. Here, light it.
It's always funny in these old 70s PSAs, they're smoking weed and they get like incredibly high. And I gotta imagine it's like the worst dirt weed from the 70s that like barely has any THC in it. Like they're probably barely getting a buzz, but they act like they're so fucking high out of their mind. Like one hit from a vape pen probably contains more THC than the average user in the 70s had that whole decade.
Hi. Hi, Pat. Hi.
If you gave a hippie a 10 milligram edible, they would lose their mind.
See this? It's marijuana. It's my third time. Do you want to try some?
Whoa,
it's really groovy. Come on.
Groovy, you say?
Dare ya?
Come on, Vernon. Why be a baby? Try it. Don't be a baby.
Yeah, try it. You chicken? Cluck, 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 cluck. Come on, Vernon. Try it. It won't hurt you. It'll give you a head, that's all.
Come on, try it.
It's a thicker but better. You chicken? Cluck, 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 cluck. Come on, Vernon. Try it.
Oh, so you brought one? Yeah, I brought one.
I really didn't think you would.
If it's real.
It's actually not film grain you're hearing the pops from all the seeds left in the weed.
What a big shot.
You'll feel it.
Big man.
That's a good joke.
I really didn't think he would. Real professional.
Anybody want a hit? Fine.
No thanks.
Here, chicken. Want to hear?
I'll try it, but I don't know how.
Oh, it's easy. It's just like smoking a cigarette. The only difference is you hold it in a little longer, like this.
You're gonna get to your run. Had enough.
These children all grow up to be Trump voters.
Right. Can you hack it?
It's not bad. How about you?
Yeah, go ahead. Come on.
How about you?
Go on.
Come on. You want to try it? I just don't feel like it right now. Come on. No thanks. I tried it. Why not you?
Go ahead.
I just don't feel like it right now.
Man, kids in the 70s sucked, didn't they?
Give me one good reason why not.
Hi, I'm Tommy Rowe.
Hi. Were you famous in the 70s? Should I know you? I don't know.
And I think it's even more important to think of one good reason why you should smoke marijuana.
Hey, Bobby, you want a drag?
I promised my parents I wouldn't. They trust me.
He promises, parents. It's really groovy. Come on, try it. I dare you. You can't make me do anything by daring me, Joni. You know, I'm not a baby. I have a mind of my own. Hold on. Come on, hurry up. Here, try it. You chicken, cluck, 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 cluck.
You call me a chicken again and I'll make you lay an egg. Besides, what makes you so
good comeback?
Brave hiding in the yard to smoke marijuana?
Come on, man, leave him alone. He doesn't want it. He's got a right. What are you, his mother or something? Come on, Vernon. Why be a baby? Try it. Don't be a baby.
Come on, Vernon, try it. It won't hurt you. It just give you a head, that's all. It's a cigarette, only better. How do you know what it's gonna do to me? What are you, some kind of drug expert?
Give me one good reason why not.
I'll give you one good reason why not. I just don't want to. And I'm not going to make either one of you stop. And you
There's
don't
a million wild and wonderful ways to say no.
have to make me start.
I'll give you another reason. It's against the law.
Right. Big deal. I mean, so now we're all criminals. What's so bad about it? I mean, it's only a weed.
That's right.
And look, your parents drink.
It's only a weed. You wouldn't do a weed, would you?
Don't they? Well, it's the same thing.
Oh, what's all the hassle here?
I'm sorry, I know this is a lot. I have to pee again. I know. What's my problem? It's the Spiro. It's always the Spiro. Freyline says, I must not have been around cool people because I have never had anyone try and pressure me into taking drugs after I said no. Same! Am I a cop? Yes. Have I not mentioned that? Very much so. Ben Shapiro. That's actually pretty good.
Right. Another.
Stone Corbell with 50 bits says, a weed!
Chris, is that a weed?
No, this is a crayon.
The police!
911.
I see that. I miss Vine.
Weed cigarette. Right, man, right. Better than drinking whiskey. Here.
I won't smoke grass for the same reason I won't drink. They're the same thing. They're both drugs.
Oh, God, straight.
I think one of those is maybe worse than the other, but whatever.
And over here.
That's right, they're both drugs. Well, we've heard some reasons why not. Now let's hear some reasons from the kids who just can't wait to turn you on.
Oh, come on, man. Everybody's doing it. You gonna be some kind of hero or something?
Where were these kids that talked like this? What are you doing? You gonna be some kind of fucking hero? Like, what why does he talk like some kind of, like, mob boss? What is he doing? Where did he learn this behavior?
Everybody isn't doing it. And even if they were, that's a dumb reason for a guy like me. I think for myself.
Oh, don't turn her on if she's afraid. Let her be a mama's girl if she wants to.
Come on, Pat. Don't be so uptight. Just try some. It will help you relax and forget your problems. I'm not uptight. I just don't think that smoking marijuana is going to help me forget my problems. I'm sure they'll be waiting there for me when I come down.
Little Miss Muffet's a real...
People are, it says, why does Chair keep trying to get us to invest in one of those formula companies that keep exploiting African mothers and infants? Chair's a piece of shit, and that's why they were cursed to be a chair.
Brain, isn't she?
You don't have to have brains to know that getting high isn't going to solve your problems. It'll help you forget them. Well, forgetting them isn't going to solve them either.
She's a real contest winner.
Be a decent person in this life, or in the next you might end up being my chair.
I have to go anyway.
I'll leave him alone. Can't you see he's a little baby? Next thing you know, he's going to be telling us how we're all going to become heroin addicts.
Heroin.
Bad heroin addicts started on grass, right? Now, what I don't understand is, if all them addicts started on milk, which came along before the grass, right? So how come everybody who started on milk ain't no addict? I don't understand it. Do you?
No.
Neither. Maybe it's too complicated for Vernon. Maybe the bad milk was for the bad addicts and the good milk for the good guys. Like Vernon, he's a good guy, ain't he? You know what? I bet Vernon's even got a white hat. Hey, Vernon, where's your white hat and horse?
All right.
Got weed?
That old milk joke. But I've seen too many guys in this neighborhood on heroin. How do I know I won't become one? Look at Teresa's brother. He's only 16 and he's a junkie.
Coming in hot. Ooh. Personal issues. Let's pull some punches.
Exit. Go on exit if you started on grass.
Man, I have never seen anyone like you before. Everybody's doing it. Right. Come on, let's go. Chicken. Go on.
Oh, you're living in the past.
Yeah, man, you guys just shouldn't work that.
No, you're living in the past.
We're gonna go solve mysteries with our dog.
Marijuana's been around for thousands of years. I know where it's at for me. And grass and drugs is not where it's at all.
Good, then leave. Get out of here.
Now, how many of us have had to walk away from something like that? And how many are sorry they haven't? You know, it's funny.
Look at this guy's hairdo, and it's the 70s. This guy 100% was smoking weed in between takes for this.
How many kids have started smoking cigarettes or drinking alcohol just because someone trying to act grown?
This is so stupid, but someday I want to do a video where I watch every episode of Scooby-Doo ever made and rank all of the motives of the villains. Not the real monsters. Like, every episode where it's just a person in a costume and rank how good their reasoning was for dressing up as a monster.
Grown up would call them chicken or baby, square, sissy, whatever the N-words are at the time. As a matter of fact, it'd be hard to tell whether these conversations are about cigarettes...
He looks like your Uncle Peter. Your Uncle Peter sounds cool.
...marijuana, uppers, downers, LSD, or heroin, or cutting class. Now the fad is drugs. And we still have this character who just has to turn someone on. It's as though they feel big and important because they can make you do what they do. Or can it be that they need other kids to do what they do so they won't feel too guilty doing it themselves? But let's say you don't care who or why someone wants you to smoke marijuana. You might think it'll be interesting to try it. Well, you may find this interesting too. It took a couple of thousand years to discover that excessive drinking could destroy your mind and body. Now
I think people had a pretty good sense of that. I don't think that that's true. People have been watching people throw their lives away to drinking since the, discovery of alcohol. I understand we didn't necessarily have a scientific understanding, but people knew that, like, people could drink too much.
There are over 6 million alcoholics in America. That's 1 out of every 15 people who drink who wish they'd never started.
Oh, it's gotta be higher than that now, at least in the Midwest.
Discovered that smoking would cause cancer of the lungs and other deadly diseases. That's approximately 75 million Americans who smoke who probably wish they never had started. And it took centuries to discover that opium was addictive. Now,
You think they had a vibe on that?
Marijuana has only been popular since about 1962. How can we be sure there are no harmful effects when it takes at least 2 to 3 generations to see what the effects to the body and brain can be?
As we all know, marijuana was invented in the 60s.
What you may find even more interesting is that if you're the kind of person who is moody, lonely, bored, keeps putting important things off for later, doesn't have any strong interest or goals, is that you may just be the person who can get hung up on marijuana. Marijuana can be compared to alcohol. Some people may use it occasionally without a hang-up, and some people can't. There are always those who end up using it and needing it as a crutch.
Sticky monkey flowers, thanks for following.
Wow, am I out of shape? I can see that. What happened? Used to be in great shape before I went away to school.
I haven't been messing around with the same guys. Don't play much ball anymore.
What do you mean?
Well, I got cut from the team.
I'm sorry about that. But don't worry about it. Look, I just gained a few more pounds and a couple inches, and you'll get them next season.
It doesn't matter. Besides, I found something better.
You've got a girl.
Nah, I don't have a girl. Who needs him anyway? I get my kicks a different way. You know, a groovy way?
Pot? You're smoking grass now?
Well, sure, don't you?
Very rarely. Look, it sounds to me like you're into something really heavy, like, you turn out a lot?
Well, I don't know what you'd call a lot, but Mom and Dad in school don't bug me anymore. And, well, now I can just go down to the park, the beach, or any place and just groove all by myself. And if the guys don't want to...
In the 70s, did people really use this much 70s slang? Like, is this exaggerated? Were there really kids going around saying groovy like this much? Holy shit, it's like a self-parody of the era.
I go. Well, who cares?
Oh, thank you,
anyway,
Sticky
what
Monkey
I do
Flowers,
is my
you
business.
too.
Sure. What you do is your business. But it's also mine because I'm your brother, remember? Look, I just don't want to see you getting hung up on pot, that's all. Look, you're a good ball player. And you never used to complain about Mom or Dad at school before.
Well, I know. It's just that I didn't see things as clearly as I do now.
Clearly? And you see things clearly now with pot?
Well, look, Tom, since I've gotten to grass, I've really got to know myself and what I want out of life. And it's not just playing ball, or even girls.
I want to sell turquoise in Arizona.
What is it then? What do you want?
Just to be myself, that's all. My own person.
Everybody wants that.
Are they brothers? They don't act like it? Is this going the Folgers direction again?
But, you know, there's more to life than that. Life, like football, is a contact game. You've got to be able to deal with people on that level.
Not for me, brother. I'm just dropping out of that game like the coach dropped me out of his.
Well, brother, that's not as easy as it sounds or as good. Look, I know 4 guys. They dropped out of school to be themselves on grass. Now they're washing dishes and going to school at night. Dropping out is easy, but getting back is awfully hard.
Come on, Tommy. 4 guys
it's like
out
a
of hell.
creepy middle-aged dude. He can have a creepy middle-aged brother.
Many. Anyway, I didn't mean dropping out of school. Just people, you know.
Yeah, I know, just people. But these people I know didn't plan to drop out of school either. You know, to some guys, drugs is an easy way out. They can just sit back stoned and say, wow, man, everything stinks. And look at me, I feel great. Soon school, your friends, and even your whole future means less and less. Look at you.
I don't even think this one's bad. At least he's not like, you're gonna become so addicted, you're never, like... I think it's fair to be like, hey, there's a slippery slope, man, you're a kid. You don't necessarily have the emotional regulation to be able to recognize when enough is enough, and that you should be focusing on bettering yourself and your education instead of just, like, chilling out, man, you know? I think that's completely fair, and a good reason why kids should not do drugs. They're developing. They're learning. Don't do drugs, kids. Not worth it. Until you're an adult. Then do whatever you want, I guess.
You got cut out of the team, and now you try to turn the grass to pull you through the rest of the year. You're putting down mom and dad, and even girls. You know, it sounds to me like you're using grass as some kind of a crutch to handle those things while you're growing up.
You're crazy. Grass is helping me to grow up.
Look, Harv, you can't grow up by puffing a joint and avoiding those things that help you to. No, that make you grow up.
Wow. You're beginning to sound just like Mom and Dad.
I do, huh? Well then, I must have finally grown up myself.
While most of us believe that we're old enough and wise enough and sensible enough to know what we're doing, would it be true for all preteens and teenagers? Are you old enough, wise enough, and sensible enough to really know yourself well enough to know what the effect marijuana will have on you? Let's think about that for a moment. And now let's think about this. We live in a world that becomes more and more impossible to live in every day. A world where mankind has done so little for its own survival. Is this the world you think your generation can coast into on pot? It would be terrible if you, the generation who will have to make the future survival of this planet possible, started its cop-out on pot now. That's what most of us think. What do you think?
That was pretty entertaining. Oh, that hyperlink isn't working, I don't think. Can you try and post that link again? I see what it is. It's some sort of chart on incest inbreeding by country, which is an unfortunate link, but you gave me bits, so I think I have to click it legally. Thank you. Oh. America's doing better than I thought. Good job, America. Absolutely killing it. Good job not fucking your cousins.
People like being with other people. You kids all like playing with the other kids. It's fun to be together. But all of us have a space around our body that's all our own. Some people can be close to us because we want them to be there, but we choose who that is. And even though you're a kid, you have the right to stop people you don't know or don't trust from coming.
Reminder that this is the kind of shit. This is like the level of like bodily education that Republicans freak out about.
Too close to you.
Hey, hold on there. It's so funny. Now you can go.
See? You know, closeness can be important when the other person is helping you, watching out for you. That's a good kind of closeness. Everyone needs to be close to others to feel wanted. But sometimes, some people will try to get close and touch you when you don't want them to, and that is wrong, no matter who that person is.
Tickle, tickle, tickle. Eric, I'm sick of you doing that. You can't do that, I'll tell. I don't like people touching me.
That's right. Speak up. You have the right to protect yourself. No one can come into your space unless they have a good reason, and only when you say,
"That's no good."
Okay.
I understood that reference. I heard it in the voice.
You don't have to put up with anyone pushing, tickling, or grabbing you. Just as you don't bother other people, they can't bother you. That is your right.
McGruff is reading very Columbo to me.
Don't tell us. Right there, like
I feel like if we watch this virtual sleepover video, we're gonna end up on all of the FBI lists. So let's not do that. The gift of the whales? What gift did the whales bring us? McGruff was Columbo's dog. He did have a dog that he just called Dog. Fuck it. Headcanon accepted. Every time you say I understood that reference, it makes me think of Captain America. That's what I'm referencing when I say that. I'm intentionally thinking that. Whales are pretty cool. Think they're ever annoyed? I think they're ever like, fuck, I hate that I'm a mammal and also live in the water. Like, what an annoying thing. Like, imagine if we had to go, every once in a while, just go, like, dunk our head in water to breathe. What a pain. Call this whale music. I think that's about right.
My name's Dan Hunter. I live on a reservation way up north. I love the sea. It's all around us. Our elders say there's magic here, in the mist that rolls down off the mountains, in the caves carved by the ocean. I didn't believe it until the day the whales came just for me. My village is far away from any other town, so everybody knows everybody here. Most of the men are fishermen. We've always gotten what we needed from the sea. Me and my friends had been waiting our whole lives to go out fishing.
Want a Coke?
I can't. I couldn't go fishing because my mom, she had to work. So I had to take care of my little brother and sister. It didn't seem fair.
Kid sounds like he has clinical depression.
Can you take the kids out to Grandpa's house? He's been asking for you guys lately.
Good. My grandfather lives way out on the beach. His father was one of the last whale hunters.
Our picture. What a surprise.
Mother told us to come.
And you're ready to be fishing. Come inside.
Oh, good evening. Grandpa, tell us a story, please.
What kind of story?
A whale story.
A whale story? Okay. The sea has always been good to us. We get our food from the sea. The biggest thing, though, was the whale. The whale was our life. It was a lifestyle. The whale hunters. Just imagine if you go out in the sea where you get 8 men in a canoe made out of one solid log. Just a small little canoe compared to the big whale. Yet they were brave enough to go out there and get the whale. That's why you had to be trained. You had to build up yourself.
I wasn't expecting the puppetry, but I am enjoying it.
All through your life doing this. You have to be spiritually fit and physically fit the same rate. Otherwise you'll be lopsided. You won't walk straight. There's a lot of stories about the whale because people used to relate to the whale. Sometimes the whale used to help people.
Would the whales help one of us?
It's just an old story, Tommy. A whale can't really help one of us.
You never know. Maybe there's just old stories, but there's truth in them. The whale always gives our people something. The whale always helps someone who needs him.
Is the whale gonna help this kid get SSRIs? Peeplord says, this memory of his grandfather fostered in that young man's deep love for whales. He grew up to be John McAfee, and the rest is history. Unfortunately, I also understood that reference.
I really didn't believe my grandfather. I mean, those are just stories old people like to tell, right? How could
Old people do be telling stories, though.
Well, help me. Here I
Dillis Filler says, anyway, long story short, we had a whale of a time.
was babysitting 2 little kids when I should have been out fishing with the guys. I felt pretty bad. Then, all of a sudden, the wind came up. It blew the clouds away. It felt weird, like something was watching me.
Whales! I see whales! And there's another one! And one over there! Where do they come from?
Down south, I think.
Can they see us?
I don't know.
What are they doing?
I don't know. But I know where I can find out. The government scientists, come on!
Government scientists! You can tell because of the way they are.
Are you the whale guy?
I guess you could call me that.
We saw some whales down the beach today.
You did? And you had better luck than I did.
They look real big.
They really do get big. In fact, let me show you how big they get. Follow me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 31, 32, 33. How about that?
Yeah.
That's a big whale, huh?
What kind of whales did we see?
Were they moving like this?
Yeah.
They were probably humpbacks. In fact, that's pretty much why they're called humpbacks, because of the fact that the hump is really evident out of the water when just before they do a deep dive.
Where are they going?
Well, this is the time of the year when they are due to be migrating, so probably they were doing that. Migration would be something that a lot of animals do, but whales in particular move from one place to another for different reasons. If I'm hungry and I'm a humpback whale, I'll probably go to Alaska. If it's time for me to get serious about raising a family, I'll probably go down to Hawaii. If we were a baby waiting to be born, I think we would prefer to be born in warm water as opposed to the cold water.
How do whales have babies?
I think given that whales are mammals, just like us, and that they have life.
Stork brings whales babies?
Young, who need oxygen, air to breathe, who are warm-blooded. I think they have babies pretty much the same way we do. Just like human babies, they eat milk. They may eat, in the case of the blue whale, for example, up to 50 gallons of milk every day. So that by the end of 1 week, it will be nearly twice the size it was when it was born.
Jesus.
It's a kind of interesting
That's actually a crazy amount of growth. That's like bamboo growth.
They have a song that they sing every year, and they change parts of it in the following years. It's a very beautiful...
Weird.
And there's another way in which some whales, the toothed whales, the killer whale, for example, uses sound. This is called echolocation. Picture this.
Watch
a whale
out. I've seen Orca the killer whale. Those things can be vicious.
Swimming along. It's dinner time. So the whale emits this particular sound from inside its head. That sound travels down to the bottom of the ocean, hits the bottom of the ocean, and bounces back. Now, that noise is audible to the whale within its head structure. Click. A click comes back. It knows that that is sand. Rush 50,000.
I just want to know if his depression goes away.
About.
I do.
Out there and catch up with those whales you saw today. I best be leaving right now. Come on. Maybe you can show me where it was you saw them. You did the right thing reporting those whales you saw today. Could you show me on the chart exactly where you saw them?
Turns out he's a poacher. He's not really a government scientist. He really wants to poach these fucking whales.
I saw them right around here.
He's after their sweet, sweet ambergris.
Here and stay away from these rocks.
Seems like you've been studying your navigation. I sure do appreciate your good advice, Dan. I wish you well.
Mister?
Yeah.
How do I get to be a whale scientist?
Well, Dan, you don't know it yet, but it seems to me you're already on the way to becoming one. You've already expressed your interest for whales. That seems to be something that you really care about.
That's like the one thing on the list. Do you like whales? Welcome. You can be a whale scientist.
I do.
If that's what you really want to be, then have no doubt that's what you really will be. And between you and me, I think you'll make a really good one. This was given to me. Seems only right that I should pass it on. I can't think of a nicer guy to pass it on to.
That's adorable, honestly. I love stories about, like, scientists or people who are good at something championing young people in that field. I think that's beautiful. MSKTB89, thank you for 34 months, says, 34 months, I'll never forget your ancestors were fish who evolved to bring the ocean with them inside their bodies when they moved to the land. That's why your blood is all wet and salty. Anyway, happy 420 to those who partake. I partake. Cheers.
Thanks.
Take care of yourself.
So that's how I decided to go to sea and study whales when I grow up. Mom's all happy that I like school again. So is my teacher. And grandfather, when I told him how seeing those whales that day made me want to learn everything about them. Well, he
hyperfixation unlocked.
Just smiled.
He says, yes, yes. The whale biologist hypnosis has been working. I'm glad the whale helped cure his depression. It's good.
I'd like a pass to swim with Mushu, please.
Oh, I can't play more of this. It's owned by the Disney Corporation, and you know how they are. Chat, can you believe what I'm about to say right now? You know it. I gotta pee again. I'll be right back. When did they buy Fox? A year or two ago. 2 years ago, maybe. And they own 20th Century Fox, not the Fox network, but 20th Century Fox does own the actual IPs to, like, Futurama, which is why it got a Hulu remake. And stuff.
Smooth Jazz CD 101.9 congratulates you on being selected to receive this limited mailing. In the next few minutes.
This has a bunch of copyrighted smooth jazz in it. That's not gonna work. A Catholic high school video yearbook from 1997. This has a bunch of copyrighted music, too.
They showed the dedication and...
Video. This has puppets. I like a puppet.
Merrill Lynch and Blockbuster Video present a national...
Together at last!
...saving month production.
Oh, sorry, the thing is still on. I have our bead. No need to be. Peoplord says, now Chair is pitching us life insurance we can take out on old people. The bundles come with free shovels, and Chair is wearing a fake mustache and going by Mr. Jabroni Pepperoni. It's a pretty good fake name. I'm gonna have to steal that from Chair. Jabroni Pepperoni. That's just Chair's name now. Mr. Jabroni Pepperoni. That's canon. That's lore. That is the Chair's name, and we're never mentioning it again.
Hey, how you doing? My name's Ringer. I'd like to take this opportunity to tell you about a subject that's close to my...
Where did you send the pic? Because if you sent me a text, I didn't get it.
Whoa, 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 whoa! I gotta go! It's time to save!
Mom? Dad? Can I go to skateboard camp with Mitchell? Hey, Mom! Where's Mom and Dad?
They're not here, and they're not gonna let you go to skateboard camp.
And how would you know?
How much does it cost?
I don't know, $600 maybe, $700. Why, you don't think they give it to me?
$700 in the 90s? No.
What?
Why?
Because I already asked them for
You
money
can
to
break your legs at home.
buy a guitar so I could be in Cheryl's band. And they said no. So if they gave money to you and not to me, I'd just have to kill you. And then you wouldn't be able to go to skateboard camp. Simple, huh?
Yeah, right. So they just said no, huh?
They said I was gonna have to learn the meaning of $1.
What's that mean?
It means that if I want a guitar, I'm gonna have to earn the money for it. So they gave me a raise in my allowance, but now I have to do extra housework.
How much?
$5 a week.
Man, at $5 a week, it'd take me about 100 years to save $600.
Not quite, Einstein. But it wouldn't get you there by the summer. It's not getting me into a band any faster either. It seems like I have the money, but it just kind of like, I don't know, evaporates.
I gotta save $600 so I can go to skateboard camp, right? But how?
Well, Dad said we have to learn the meaning of a dollar.
I bet you I know what else you said, too.
Money doesn't grow on trees.
What else is there?
You know, Mom said when she was my age, you could practically buy a guitar for $5.
$5?
Can you go to skateboard camp for $5? Wait, did they even have skateboards?
They did, but they were really funky.
This is a cool board.
I wonder how we can get the money to get the things we want. There must be some way. What are you doing?
I have found lots of money in this couch. Lots of money.
$600. Are
You could rob a 7-Eleven.
ill?
I wouldn't recommend it, but like that is an option.
Just about.
Oh, wait, I had one of those, Burger Universe game pieces from the other day. They're supposed to be worth $1 million if you collect enough
You could write the Macarena. That probably made money.
of them.
What's this?
Give me that, you sneak!
There it is. I just got the picture. Oh, the Kogal
It's time
picture
to
now.
save!
Do you know how this game works? Eddie. Eddie? Eddie?
You're not gonna get $600 from a 7-Eleven, but you could probably get some combos and a Pepsi. Okay.
Eddie?
See what the link is.
Are we down here?
It's kind of interesting. I don't know how much longer we're gonna go, but thank you for the link. Where did I put that video? It's a money tree, I get it.
Is that real money?
Oh, they do it every time.
Now, sugar, didn't your parents teach you that money doesn't grow on trees?
Well, looks like we got another one. Hey, Mona?
Nice hair. You want to make a deposit?
Hey, let's
Smash the
shoe.
pig.
You fell for it too, huh?
Eddie, where are we? And who are those kids?
Oh, we're in Save Lab. And these kids, they're gonna help me go to skateboard camp.
They live under our house.
I'll put this on.
Save Lab. Who's that?
That's Saving Dave.
Maybe I should have used a T-bill.
I think he's a little preoccupied right now.
This is some kind of horrible cult.
We'll introduce you to him later.
They even have uniforms, look!
Save Lab stuff.
This lab? Well, we show you how you can save money to get the things you really want.
Yeah, when I first came here, I was trying to raise money after school to get a new bike. But at the end of every week, I never seemed to have any money left.
That's because you went to the movies all the time.
And bought CDs and met your friends at the mall.
So your brother tells me you're in a band.
Not yet. I have to get a guitar first.
Hey, that's a great goal.
A guitar is a goal.
Being in a band is a goal.
Yeah.
But a guitar would help, right?
First, you have to recognize your goals.
Hey, like going to skateboard camp, right?
Yeah.
Then you make a plan.
Come on, I'll show you.
It's easy.
Saved! Didn't save! Saved! Didn't save! Saved! Didn't save!
So, what's the mysterious secret to all this stuff?
It's no secret. Anybody can do it. It's just knowing how to get where you're going.
Right, you wouldn't start a big trip without using a map, would you?
She might.
We can help you make a roadmap for your goals.
Time to save. What you need is a roadmap.
It's simple, really, Eddie. Let's have you be point A. cool.
Here, put yourself on the map at the starting point.
Okay, ready when you
Now choose a goal.
Anywhere you might like to find yourself. Think of it
How
as
long
the...
is this going to take to just say, just don't spend the money? Just hold it or put it in the bank.
Why don't you give the wheel a little spin there?
I could always use a new pair of jeans.
Pass that over to me, would you?
I'm over the financial cult. Oh my god, did you see who appeared on Tim Pool's thing?
Really do recommend that because building a networking is how you win a culture war. So smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share this show with your friends. Joining us tonight to talk about this and so much more is Pulte.
Thanks, man.
Who are you? What do you do?
I am the inventor, so-called, of Twitter philanthropy, which is now called X Philanthropy. We help people with direct giving.
I'm wearing the thing.
Thank you for
I don't know
wearing
what
it.
this thing is called. It's a
Giving
sweater.
away millions of dollars of my own money on Twitter. But most importantly, what we've done is raise millions of dollars on Twitter directly for people who are in immediate need and crisis. I also am very involved in the retail stock community, GameStop, etc. And
What's the
also
etc.,
invest in big-
Pulte? What's the etc.? Weird you're not saying Bed Bath & Beyond. Almost like that would be embarrassing for you.
creators like Mr. Beast and many others. So
Right
happy
on.
to be here. Thanks for having
Absolutely.
me.
Thanks for hanging out. Hannah, the federal government is doing everything in its power to destroy the fabric of this country and the lives of its constituents, the lives of the people who are supposedly making the government up.
Pulte's working the grifter circuit. He's making his way up it.
They allowed how many millions in the past few years? What is it like?
They're saying 7, but it's probably higher.
Those are the ones that we
yeah.
know about, the
Yeah.
encounters.
You hear 7 to 10, but it
7
must
to 10
be more.
million
20
non-citizens.
million.
Yeah,
And
that's what I'm also hearing.
And the
Yeah.
thing that I think too that's crazy about
He
this
heard
is,
it, so it must be true.
Tim, is because my family founded a Fortune 500 home building company, and every
Oh, are you a part of that still? That's interesting. Are you still a part of that, Bill? Are you a part of that now? Is that a thing that you are personally involved in now? No? Oh, that must be an interesting story. I wonder why.
everybody always asks me, how are housing companies and how are all these houses so expensive these days? Well, partially it's because of all this immigration, in my opinion. Because what happens
It's not. It isn't. It really, really isn't.
is you have a lot of these lower income immigrants come into the country. They take up the housing stock. They take up the demand. They
Fucking private property ownership and management companies are buying up the houses. How do you think poor immigrants are buying houses, you fucking liar? What are you talking about?
push up prices. I think this is also
You're right, this is 420. No anger, only calm. We will find only calm. You know the worst movie? After the Wizard is such a bad fucking movie. It's so terrible, and I hate it. Here's a trailer.
There's only one person with the wisdom and know-how who could possibly help us.
Dorothy. Who else? Look! Munchkins!
In prison? I wonder about what we are doing or why we're here.
Well, perhaps you've been summoned to create a new ending to a story that otherwise might have been much more sad.
It's terrible. I would recommend.
And your friends.
My name is Dorothy Gale.
And your friends have come to visit from the land of Oz?
To be clear, that girl is not Dorothy Gale. She thinks she is. She's crazy. These are figments of her imagination, kind of. It's a whole goddamn thing. So anyway, check that out, maybe.
It's my cave fortress
Talons, why did you know Gooby? Why did you know this before I said that?
against all the bad things.
Have you seen Gooby?
They say I have an overactive imagination.
Why do people know about how horrifying is Gooby gonna be when Gooby shows up?
Can go in here. And these can go.
Look, those are the designs for my super space car. Dad and I are gonna build it this fall.
And you'll get them back when you move into the new house. This house means a lot to us.
This just says Gooby from 2009, so...
We're finally gonna have...
I missed something? Just a window. Fake out.
Stay a school, boys and girls.
Oh no! That's unfortunate. I don't like that. This is not something that I enjoy. This goes into my eyes and through my optic nerve and goes to my brain, and my brain goes, ah! Oh, it's unblinking dead Gooby eyes. It's like the bear costume from The Shining. It is.
Sorry.
Gooby horrifies me. So goodbye, Gooby. I don't like you. I don't like you at all. Let's do one more episode of One Step Beyond, and then we'll call it a night. Sound good?
What you're about to see is a matter of human record. Explain it? We cannot. Disprove it? We cannot. We simply invite you to explore with us the amazing world of the unknown. To take that one step beyond.
God, that's bad graphic design. That does not scan! Beyond step 1!
Like, thousands of other couples in Manhattan, Jim and Betty Hennessy are giving a cocktail party. Now, all those other parties will end with people falling in love with each other, with people getting sore at each other, with hangovers, and with plenty of work for the maid. But this one, oh boy, this one.
I don't know. Sometimes I can't do it at all.
Oh, stop that. What about the time that you told Marie Cooper that their house was going to burn down 3 days before it happened?
Yeah, that was really out of this world.
It was really horrible.
It wasn't your fault, darling. After all, you got us married.
How did she manage that?
She told me I was going to meet a man in Bermuda because of a flat bicycle tire. And a year later, I would marry him.
And we were married to the day. How come you could fix a bicycle tire? In the Army, you couldn't clean your rifle. I still can't.
Oh, well, now, come on, it's not that bad. Oh, he's very handy.
No kidding. She's really terrific. She went into some kind of hypnotic sleep a year before Betty and I ever laid eyes on each other. And she called all the shots right on the button.
Sure she did.
You don't believe it, huh?
I believe she saved lots of cocktail parties. Look, next time you're in Chicago, remind me to take you on State Street to a little old woman. She's got a genuine African monkey paw. All she does is touch it, and the whole future lights up. Now, she told me I'd be the next governor of Illinois. Oh, you'd love her.
Okay, buddy. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a wise guy from Chicago in our midst. He doesn't believe in our Ellen. What do you say, Ellen? Would you be willing to do it?
Oh, please, I'd rather not.
Well, maybe the spirits are with Miss Larrabee today.
Some other time.
You mean when there are no cynics on the premises?
No, just some other time.
But there can't be any other time, Ellen. He's flying back to Chicago tonight. Come on, don't make a jackass out of me.
I think
You've done that yourself. What are you doing?
this is wonderful. You and Arthur have never seen...
Come on, I made a promise on your behalf. Fulfill the things I've told people you're going to do.
seen each other before. You know absolutely nothing about him.
And you might be able to tell him something that'll wipe that smug smile off his face. Charlie, come on. You make her do it.
Now, what's Charlie got to do with it?
Well, they sort of work together.
Uh-huh. That's an act.
Well, maybe it is an act. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. You want to, Ellen?
I just don't feel up to it now.
Well, then forget about it. You don't have to sing for your supper around here.
It's too bad. I like party games, like post office. Well, where's the post office? Well, I'm sorry I'm such a wet blanket. Oh, look, for Pete's
Do you have Cards Against Humanity? That's a fun one.
sake, I hope I didn't hurt your feelings.
You didn't hurt my feelings, Mr.
Douglas.
Douglas. All right. I'm ready.
Oh, marvelous.
Oh, good. Good.
Ellen, you don't have to do this.
I want to. Mr. Douglas, I hope you'll be amused.
Well, come on, everybody. Get comfortable. Grab a chair. Now the party livens up. Excuse me.
All right, Ellen, now close your eyes. Now relax. Relax completely. Now you're sinking. Down, down,
Why is hypnotism required for the psychic abilities?
floating.
Did I miss something?
The mind is free in space. Worlds far away.
Far away.
This
Feel
is the
wonderful.
Galactic Federation of
Light and
Light.
wonderful.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
No, this is a anthology science fiction program from the 50s.
Now, where are you, Ellen?
Moving,
Twilight Zone-esque.
moving.
Do you see anything?
something Akashic Records.
Nothing. Oh. He doesn't notice them.
Notice what?
They're not his anyway.
What's not his, Ellen?
The keys.
This is the Gooby of the Twilight Zones. Yes. Let's completely destroy our vocabularies by coming up with a bunch of word meanings that no one else will understand.
That's dark.
Way to Gooby the Twilight Zones, you jabroni.
Dark, 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 dark. Tunnel.
Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra.
What stopped? Where did it stop?
There's so much noise.
What kind of noise?
People. And trains.
Oh, hell
Many
yeah.
trains.
We like trains
I
in
hope
this
the
house.
act improves. You just told her I was taking a plane.
The Outer Limits is the Mac and Me of the Twilight Zones. Yes, that tracks. Yes.
Are you in the station, Ellen?
He's late. He's hurrying. Now run. Run. Running. He's running.
Where's he running?
102, B.
102?
B. Compartment B. Car 102.
Shouldn't someone tell her I'm flying?
They shouldn't. They're making him go. Things making him go. Oh, he shouldn't have. He shouldn't have. It's a snake.
It's a snake?
A snake. A shining gold band.
You mean a ring?
Yes, a ring. Now I see. To thee, for whose dear love I rise and fall. Oh, isn't that lovely? It must have meant a lot.
Whose ring, Ellen?
Hers.
Hers? Well, well, well. Now, Arthur, if this bores you, we can stop right now.
No, don't be silly. Now, it's getting interesting.
Oh, she's so pretty. Dark hair.
Very interesting.
Traveling suit. Gray. Fur bow. He's nervous. He's frightened. He's spilling her drink. And now he's running. Running. 102, 102, quickly, quickly. Oh, he's so frightened. Oh, he's all alone. In the dark. Ah! The light is blinding.
This turns out this is a prequel to Minority Report. She gives birth to the precogs. Peeplord says the Twilight Zone was the product of Rod Serling having no access to therapy from the war. Also, Lord of the Rings and Star Trek, I think.
She's standing in front of him with a knife. With a knife.
Ellen. Ellen!
Calm it down.
You're all right, darling. You're all right now.
Nothing like this ever happened before, Arthur. I'm sorry. Guess it was a lousy idea.
No kidding. No
What
more
did I say?
hypnotism.
What did I say? I talked about you, didn't I?
Well, if you did, I hope you're wrong.
Was it bad?
Bad? Oh, I'm going to be rich as a Maharaja, live to be 150, and fall in love with an international beauty. Look, thanks for the most exciting cocktail party I've been to in years. I wouldn't have missed it for the world. Goodbye. Goodbye, all.
I'm afraid this wasn't a barrel of laughs. Well, have a good trip, Arthur.
Thank you.
I'm glad you're going by plane.
You know something? You really married a spook. But she's good looking.
So long, Arthur.
All right, bye-bye.
I'll see you soon. Being
Perhaps you
such a
shouldn't
bust,
have made
there's
her
an
do
awful lot
that.
to clean up.
Never mind, Maddie, I'll get it. I wonder who that could be. I hope nobody forgot anything. It's one thing I can't stand is a party that never ends. Arthur!
Hey, where's the party?
Well, what happened? Why aren't you in the plane?
Well, don't you ever look out your windows? Nothing's leaving Idlewild for who knows how long.
What are you going to do?
Exactly what you Miss Larrabee said I was going to do. Well, I knew you wouldn't mind my waiting here instead of the station.
You're not going to take a train.
What's wrong with trains? That came off clean.
One bag, Chicago special.
I'm
Sorry about the traffic, sir, but New York City, when we have fog...
All right, give a change.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry. All right, that's all right.
Hey, mister! Mister! You dropped your keys, sir.
Oh, they aren't mine.
Okay.
The keys. They're not his anyway.
Going right out, sir.
This is going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's an interesting set. Wonder what that was actually built for, because it certainly wasn't for this. Or was that actual stock footage of Grand Central? No, it can't be, because there's like a... It's like open on that end, right? Or am I just misseeing that? Like up here? I don't know. Whatever.
Oh, good evening. Good evening. Douglas. Oh, yes, Mr. Douglas, because of this storm and all the reservations that were made at the last minute, like yours, there's been a mix-up in your space. Now, I can give you compartment L in car 271, or, let's see, car 102, compartment B.
Compartment B, car 102.
What were those numbers? Car 271. I mean the last. Compartment B, car 102. Well, I'll take the other one. Car 270. It doesn't really matter. The compartments are exactly the same. That's what you think. I beg your pardon? Thanks very much.
I wish people would stop saying ominous things to me that imply a larger story before they walk away. I don't get to know. I'm the ticket taker guy.
There you go. Beg pardon, sir. This last-minute change seems to have gotten us all fouled up. I'm afraid we're going to have to change cars after all. You see, this lady belongs in here. The porter will move you. I'm very sorry for the bother. Where are you moving me to? Well, the only space we have left, car 102, compartment B. Now, if you'll permit the porter to... I'm not permitting the porter anything. I'm staying right here. Oh, but Mr. Douglas... Look, why don't you put the lady in the other compartment? Well, you yourself said they were the same. Not quite, Mr. Douglas. You see, at 6:12 tomorrow morning, we lose car 102 at Dayton. That means that its passengers will ride in the club car the rest of the way to Chicago. And since this lady has had this space reserved for so long, it hardly seems fair that she should be the one who's inconvenienced. Well, I'm not moving.
Look,
How do you think this is gonna work?
Fuss, I'll take
I
the other
refuse to
compartment.
contract with you.
No, just a moment. Mr. Douglas, as the conductor of this train, I'm responsible for the comfort of the passengers. Now, this lady purchased this space some weeks ago, and she's not going to be inconvenienced because of a clerical error, and I must say a most uncooperative man. Look, I've got to get to Chicago. Car 102...
I've never seen someone so clearly want to call someone a fucko before. Listen here, fucko.
Will take you there quite nicely. And if that compartment is not acceptable to you, I must ask you to leave the train. All right. All right, let's change. Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Think nothing of it.
I'm sorry about all this bother.
All right, all right.
All aboard!
Yes?
Oh, excuse me. I believe I left my hat in here.
Oh.
Thank you. Shouldn't have made all the fuss about the compartment.
No kidding.
Well, that's all right. Nobody likes to be shuttled about.
I'm actually a bit of a Karen myself.
I did apologize about getting annoyed, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
I'm sorry. The two cheapest words in the language. When a fellow says I'm sorry and offers to buy you a drink, that really means something. What do you say?
Sorry I inconvenienced you. Want to get drunk and smash our pelvises together for a bit?
Oh, thank you.
The
Maybe
50s, what else am I gonna do?
In the club car later, I'll see you there, but first I must change.
Well, you look fine the way you are.
I'm glad you approve.
I do. I'll, be waiting for you.
They always are.
Does that kind offer of a drink still stand?
Traveling suit, gray. Fur bow.
Well, you did ask me to have a drink.
Oh, please, forgive me. Please. What'll you have?
Scotch and soda, if I may.
Scotch and soda.
Oh, she's so pretty. Dark hair.
Is something wrong?
I don't know.
He's like, I want to smash, but also, this might kill me.
You know, I can live without this drink.
Oh, please, please, forgive me. Please. Would you, mind if I ask you a question about, your dress?
It's a suit.
Tell me, is that what you, call an original? I mean, if that's the only one like it.
No, I wish it were. I hate to think about it, but there are probably 1,000 women walking around in exactly the same thing.
Who cares? It's only pretty if only I get to wear it.
Here's to the man in compartment B.
Live in Chicago?
Not exactly in Chicago. Evanston.
Have friends in New York?
A few, not many.
Tell me, by some wild chance, you happen to know Ellen Larrabee?
No, I don't think so. Thank you.
Now, you're sure?
Quite sure.
Now, she's small, brown hair, and her eyes are sort of...
I really don't know Ellen Larrabee.
I'm glad.
What?
You want to hear something really crazy? I went to a cocktail party this afternoon. A perfectly normal cocktail party. And then it was this completely average-looking woman there, this Ellen Larrabee. Now, look, I'm the most practical guy in the world. I believe 2 and 2 are 4, period. But this Ellen Larrabee told me that I was...
Yeah, this is the same day. Oh, it's a cute-ass ring. I fucking love that. I have a snake necklace that looks a little similar.
And what did she tell you?
A snake.
Well, do you want them or not?
To thee, for whose dear love I rise and fall.
Let me see that.
What?
Yeah, he's
That
gonna,
ring.
like, try and attack her because he thinks she's gonna kill him, but in reality, he's going to do a self-fulfilling prophecy where she kills him in self-defense because he's acting like a crazy person.
All right. It's quite old.
Agreed.
It's a serpent ring. I picked it up in a little antique shop on Madison Avenue. Being a woman, I liked the sentiment inside. To thee, for whose dear love I rise and fall. Isn't that lovely? It must have meant so much.
Look, do you know me? Have you ever seen me before? Now, I must know, I must. Did you know I was taking a strain?
No, I've never seen you before. Are you feeling all right?
Look, my name is Douglas, Arthur Douglas. Now, does that name mean anything to you?
Look, Mr. Douglas, it's none of my business, but I really think that you...
Oh, this is insane!
Oh my god, what an asshole. I know he's having, like, a breakdown, because he's I get it, but, like, oh, he's really not handling this well. I hope if anyone here finds themselves in such a magical realism situation, they won't unintentionally walk into their own doom. Luckily, doesn't happen in real life, but if it did, you know, think it through. Be aware of potential dramatic ironies coming to get you. You too, Will Kale.
What is this? What is this?
Literally just stay in your cabin and don't leave until the train is at your destination. Similar themes to that episode of The Twilight Zone with Shatner and the fortune-telling machine that he keeps getting obsessed with and getting the fortunes from. A Stopover in a Quiet Town, I want to say is the name of that episode, maybe.
Mr. Douglas?
What breaches it into magical realism as opposed to fantastic? Does it literally have to have something like definitely magic and like supernatural happen?
Mr. Douglas. Mr. Douglas.
You know, like, walk off the train running away from her or something stupid? Next stop, Willoughby. Willoughby. Next stop at Willoughby.
Just lie still. You'll be all right now. You've got quite a slice in the head, but you'll be all right. You're lucky.
Lucky?
Why, sure. Look at the service you're getting. I'm a first-class surgical nurse, and this gentleman here, he's a doctor. Happened to be in the next car.
You're gonna be all right. Lost a little blood, that's all.
Honestly, we have too much blood anyway. You're better off without it.
Whatever made you pull that emergency cord? They'll probably give you a medal.
Medal?
If you hadn't pulled that cord, Lord knows how many people would be dead instead of just shaken up.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the freight train that was stalled on the track 100 yards ahead of us. The signal system failed. We stopped about 6 yards from the caboose. But how did you know that the train was there? I mean, you couldn't possibly have known. No one could have known.
No one.
Ellen Lara, they knew. How? Well, there are a lot of theories. Precognition, clairvoyance. Some people might even call it a happy coincidence. But does that explain it?
That was pretty good. That was.
mean,
It was a
really,
little Final Destination.
Explain it.
Okay.
To whom it happened, we know. Where it happened, we know. How or why it happened. In a moment, something else to wonder about.
That was alright. I like this show. It's not quite as good as The Twilight Zone, but, you know, it's solid for what it is, I'd say. We'll definitely watch more of this in the future. Anything else before we call it a night? We could kazoo.
You on kazoo.
Don't run, jump, or dance while playing the kazoo.
Don't tell me what to
Thanks.
do.
Ouch! Oh, hi. Wait a minute. Who are you? I'll tell you a secret. Sometimes I get a little quiet when I meet lots of new kids. You know what? I think we're gonna be friends.
Special friends.
And when I'm with friends,
Oh, don't hit it through
I
a
like
kazoo.
to have fun.
Don't do that. That was a bad idea. Oh, no. Oh, God.
Fun, 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 fun! I like to sing, dance, pretend, and kazoo! Can everyone say hi to my friend? Hello, I'm Hilda. Jonathan! I'm Carl.
My job is dumb. Okay, it's time for our favorite conspiracy theorist. Sorry. Jesus Christ. He's so excited. His excitement is only exceeded by how incorrect he is. If I trust anyone, it's our good friend, Mike Pillow. Okay? Listen to Journey. Jesus Christ. I sound wrong. What's the best episode of Big Wolf on Campus, and why is it the one with the imaginary friend?
Coming through. Oh, careful with that, Tommy. It's very heavy.
Yeah, I know. I just carried it down 3 flights of stairs for you.
It's Vince, in the lair, with the lead pipe. And it's playtime.
I used to own this town. Now it's all turned upside down.
Best werewolf effects in the history of television.
Now it's all turned upside down.
Look at that. Look at that werewolf makeup. Incredible.
I wish I could figure out. Do you think it's just a phase?
Day. Sure. What'd you have in mind? Bowling? A movie?
No, the cemetery.
Yeah, that sounds good, yeah. Hey, who's in that?
It's not a movie, Tommy. I mean, the cemetery. I think we could have fun there, don't you?
How exactly would we do that?
Well, it's dark, a little scary. We'd be all alone.
Yeah, well, besides the dead people, but...
Come on, what do you say? See you tonight?
Sure, yeah. The cemetery it is.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
He was allergic to the original makeup in the pilot. That sucks.
Okay, not exactly an ordinary date, but I guess when you're with Lori Baxter, you can never expect the ordinary.
Hey, Merton, buddy!
Hang on. Where do I know you from?
Maybe this will give you a clue. It's Vince in the cafeteria with the spork!
Vince? My imaginary friend?
The one and only.
For those who never saw this show, it's basically Buffy, but for kids. So every week they'd have a different thing. The main character's a werewolf. This is his quirky friend who was the better character that basically became the main character by the second season. And, in this episode, his imaginary friend comes back.
Having another dorkoleptic fit, freaker? Just having a little animated conversation with my friend here. Ah, newsflash. You're alone. As usual.
They can't see Vince because they don't believe in Vince. But you believe in me, don't you?
What Merton believes is referring to one.
I've seen fake commercials.
Viridian Dynamics. We're a family, just like yours. But we don't waste our time throwing leaves around. We put our family to work. We mean real work, not just eating mush. Our Viridian Dynamic family works for every member of your family, even the dead ones. And we're working to bring them back and copy them in case you lose them again. We love our family, which is why we work nights, weekends, and major holidays, because that's when families should be together. Viridian Dynamics. Family. Yay.
Okay, I need to call it a day. I am too high. Alright, let's see who we're gonna raid.
What a disaster. Alright, have a good night, everyone. Have a good rest of your 420s if you're celebrating. If not, still have a great weekend. I'll be back tomorrow for the patron-only live stream. It will be at 3 p.m. I don't believe we're going to be doing a normal stream tomorrow. So just the patrons. I should be seeing you. Have a great night, everyone. Be cool. Stay hydrated. And I don't know. Order a pizza or something. Bye, everyone.